Section 87 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand, John Stuart Mill, 1806 to 1873. Chapter 4. Of what sort of proof the principle of utility is susceptible. It has already been remarked that questions of ultimate ends do not admit of proof in the ordinary acceptation of the term. To be incapable of proof by reasoning is common to all first principles, to the first premises of our knowledge, as well as to those of our conduct. But the former, being matters of fact, may be the subject of a direct appeal to the faculties which judge of fact, namely our senses and our internal consciousness. Can an appeal be made to the same faculties on questions of practical ends? Or by what other faculty is cognizance taken of them? Questions about ends are, in other words, questions what things are desirable. The utilitarian doctrine is that happiness is desirable, and the only thing desirable as an end, all other things being only desirable as means to that end. What ought to be required of this doctrine? What conditions is it requisite that the doctrine should fulfill to make good its claim to be believed? The only proof capable of being given that an object is visible is that people actually see it. The only proof that a sound is audible is that people hear it, and so of the other sources of our experience. In like manner, I apprehend, the sole evidence it is possible to produce that anything is desirable is that people do actually desire it. If the end which the utilitarian doctrine proposes to itself were not, in theory and in practice, acknowledged to be an end, nothing could ever convince any person that it was so. No reason can be given why the general happiness is desirable, except that each person, so far as he believes it to be attainable, desires his own happiness. This, however, being a fact, we have not only all the proof which the case admits of, but all which it is possible to require, that happiness is a good, that each person's happiness is a good to that person, and the general happiness, therefore, is a good to the aggregate of all persons. Happiness has made out its title as one of the ends of conduct, and consequently one of the criteria of morality. But it has not, by this alone, proved itself to be the sole criterion. To do that, it would seem, by the same rule, necessary to show not only that people desire happiness, but that they never desire anything else. Now, it is palpable that they do desire things which, in common language, are decidedly distinguished from happiness. They desire, for example, virtue, and the absence of vice, no less really than pleasure, and the absence of pain. The desire of virtue is not as universal, but it is as authentic a fact as the desire of happiness. Hence, the opponents of the utilitarian standard deem that they have a right to infer that there are other ends of human action besides happiness, and that happiness is not the standard of approbation and disapprobation. But does the utilitarian doctrine deny that people desire virtue, or maintain that virtue is not a thing to be desired? The very reverse. It maintains not only that virtue is to be desired, but that it is to be desired disinterestedly for itself. Whatever may be the opinion of utilitarian moralists as to the original conditions by which virtue is made virtue, however they may believe, as they do, that actions and dispositions are only virtuous because they promote another end than virtue, yet this being granted, and it having been decided from considerations of this description, which is virtuous, they not only place virtue at the very head of the things which are good as means to the ultimate end, but they also recognize as a psychological fact the possibility of its being, to the individual, a good in itself, without looking to any end beyond it, and hold that the mind is not in a right state, not in a state conformable to utility, not in the state most conducive to the general happiness, unless it does love virtue in this manner, as a thing desirable in itself, even although, in the individual instance, it should not produce those other desirable consequences which it tends to produce, and on account of which it is held to be virtue. This opinion is not, in the smallest degree, a departure from the happiness principle. The ingredients of happiness are very various, and each of them is desirable in itself, and not merely when considered as swelling an aggregate. The principle of utility does not mean that any given pleasure, as music, for instance, or any given exemption from pain, as, for example, health, are to be looked upon as means in a collective something termed happiness, and to be desired on that account. They are desired and desirable in and for themselves. Besides being means, they are a part of the end. Virtue, according to the utilitarian doctrine, is not naturally and originally part of the end, but it is capable of becoming so, and in those who love it disinterestedly, it has become so, and is desired and cherished, not as a means to happiness, but as a part of their happiness. To illustrate this further, we may remember that virtue is not the only thing, originally a means, and which, if it were not a means to anything else, would be and remain indifferent, but which, by association with what it is a means to, comes to be desired for itself, and that too with the utmost intensity. What, for example, shall we say of the love of money? There is nothing originally more desirable about money than about any heap of glittering pebbles. Its worth is solely that of the things which it will buy, the desires for other things than itself, which it is a means of gratifying. Yet the love of money is not only one of the strongest moving forces of human life, but money is, in many cases, desired in and for itself. The desire to possess it is often stronger than the desire to use it, and goes on increasing when all the desires which point to ends beyond it, to be compassed by it, are falling off. It may then be said truly that money is desired not for the sake of an end, but as part of the end. From being a means to happiness, it has come to be itself a principal ingredient of the individual's conception of happiness. The same may be said of the majority of the great objects of human life, power, for example, or fame, except that to each of these there is a certain amount of immediate pleasure annexed, which has at least the semblance of being naturally inherent in them, a thing which cannot be said of money. Still, however, the strongest natural attraction, both of power and of fame, is the immense aid they give to the attainment of our other wishes, and it is the strong association thus generated between them and all our objects of desire, which gives to the direct desire of them the intensity it often assumes, so as in some characters to surpass in strength all other desires. In these cases, the means have become a part of the end, and a more important part of it than of any of the things which they are a means to. What was once desired as an instrument for the attainment of happiness has come to be desired for its own sake. In being desired for its own sake, it is, however, desired as part of happiness. The person is made, or thinks he would be made, happy by its mere possession, and is made unhappy by failure to obtain it. The desire of it is not a different thing from the desire of happiness, any more than the love of music or the desire of health. They are included in happiness. They are some of the elements of which the desire of happiness is made up. Happiness is not an abstract idea, but a concrete whole, and these are some of its parts, and the utilitarian standard sanctions and approves their being so. Life would be a poor thing, very ill provided with sources of happiness, If there were not this provision of nature, by which things originally indifferent, but conducive to, or otherwise associated with, the satisfaction of our primitive desires, become in themselves sources of pleasure more valuable than the primitive pleasures, both in permanency, in the space of human existence that they are capable of covering, and even in intensity. Virtue, according to the utilitarian conception, is a good of this description. There was no original desire of it, or motive to it, save its conduciveness to pleasure, and especially to protection from pain. But through the association thus formed, it may be felt a good in itself, and desired as such, with as great an intensity as any other good, and with this difference between it and the love of money, of power, or of fame, that all of these may, and often do, render the individual noxious to the other members of the society to which he belongs, whereas there is nothing which makes him so much a blessing to them as the cultivation of the disinterested love of virtue. And consequently, the utilitarian standard, while it tolerates and approves those other acquired desires, up to the point beyond which they would be more injurious to the general happiness than promotive of it, enjoins the cultivation of the love of virtue up to the greatest strength possible, as being above all things important to the general happiness. But through the association thus formed, it may be felt a good in itself, and desired as such with as great an intensity as any other good, and with this difference between it and the love of money, of power, or of fame, that all of these may, and often do, render the individual noxious to the other members of the society to which he belongs, whereas there is nothing which makes him so much a blessing to them as the cultivation of the disinterested love of virtue. And consequently, the utilitarian standard, while it tolerates and approves those other acquired desires, up to the point beyond which they would be more injurious to the general happiness than promotive of it, enjoins the cultivation of the love of virtue up to the greatest strength possible, as being above all things important to the general happiness. It results from the preceding considerations that there is, in reality, nothing desired except happiness. Whatever is desired otherwise than as a means to some end beyond itself, and ultimately to happiness, is desired as itself a part of happiness, and is not desired for itself until it has become so. Those who desire virtue for its own sake desire it either because the consciousness of it is a pleasure, or because the consciousness of being without it is a pain, or for both reasons united. As in truth the pleasure and pain seldom exist separately, but almost always together, the same person feeling pleasure in the degree of virtue attained, and pain in not having attained more. If one of these gave him no pleasure, and the other no pain, he would not love or desire virtue, or would desire it only for the other benefits which it might produce to himself or to persons whom he cared for. We have now, then, an answer to the question of what sort of proof the principle of utility is susceptible. If the opinion which I have now stated is psychologically true, if human nature is so constituted as to desire nothing which is not either a part of happiness or a means of happiness, we can have no other proof, and we require no other, that these are the only things desirable. If so, happiness is the sole end of human action, and the promotion of it the test by which to judge all of human conduct, from whence it necessarily follows that it must be the criterion of morality, since a part is included in the whole. And now to decide whether this is really so, whether mankind does desire nothing for itself but that which is a pleasure to it, or of which the absence is a pain. We have evidently arrived at a question of fact and experience, dependent, like all similar questions, upon evidence. It can only be determined by practiced self-consciousness and self-observation, assisted by observation of others. I believe that these sources of evidence, impartially consulted, will declare that desiring a thing and finding it pleasant, aversion to it, and thinking of it as painful, are phenomena entirely inseparable, or rather two parts of the same phenomenon, in strictness of language, two different modes of naming the same psychological fact, that to think of an object as desirable, unless for the sake of its consequences, and to think of it as pleasant, are one and the same thing, and that to desire anything, except in proportion as the idea of it is pleasant, is a physical and metaphysical impossibility. So obvious does this appear to me that I expect it will hardly be disputed, and the objection made will be, not that desire can possibly be directed to anything ultimately, except pleasure and exemption from pain, but that the will is a different thing from desire, that a person of confirmed virtue, or any other person whose purposes are fixed, carries out his purposes without any thought of the pleasure he has in contemplating them, or expects to derive from their fulfillment, and persists in acting on them, even though these pleasures are much diminished by changes in his character, or decay of his passive sensibilities, or are outweighed by the pains which the pursuit of the purposes may bring upon him. All this I fully admit, and have stated it elsewhere as positively and emphatically as anyone. Will, the active phenomenon, is a different thing from desire, the state of passive sensibility, and though originally an offshoot from it, may in time take root and detach itself from the parent stock. So much so, that in case of a habitual purpose, instead of willing the thing because we desire it, we often desire it only because we will it. This, however, is but an instance of that familiar fact, the power of habit, and is nowise confined to the case of virtuous actions. Many indifferent things, which men originally did from a motive of some sort, they continue to do from habit. Sometimes this is done unconsciously, the consciousness coming only after the action. At other times with conscious volition, but volition which has become habitual, and is put into operation by the force of habit, in opposition, perhaps, to the deliberate preference, as often happens in those who have contracted habits of vicious or hurtful indulgence. Third and last, comes the case in which the habitual act of will in the individual instance is not in contradiction to the general intention prevailing at other times, but in fulfillment of it, as in the case of the person of confirmed virtue, and of all who pursue deliberately and consistently any determinate end. The distinction between will and desire, thus understood, is an authentic and highly important psychological fact. But the fact consists solely in this, that will, like all other parts of our constitution, is amenable to habit, and that we may will from habit what we no longer desire for itself, or desire only because we will it. It is not the less true that will, in the beginning, is entirely produced by desire, including in that term the repelling influence of pain, as well as the attractive one of pleasure. Let us take into consideration no longer the person who has a confirmed will to do right, but him in whom that virtuous will is still feeble, conquerable by temptation, and not to be fully relied on. By what means can it be strengthened? How can the will to be virtuous, where it does not exist in sufficient force, be implanted or awakened? Only by making the person desire virtue, by making him think of it in a pleasurable light, or of its absence in a painful one. It is by associating the doing right with pleasure, or the doing wrong with pain, or by eliciting and impressing and bringing home to the person's experience the pleasure naturally involved in the one or the pain in the other, that it is possible to call forth that will to be virtuous, which, when confirmed, acts without any thought of either pleasure or pain. Will is the child of desire, and passes out of the dominion of its parent only to come under that of habit. That which is the result of habit affords no presumption of being intrinsically good, and there would be no reason for wishing that the purpose of virtue should become independent of pleasure and pain, were it not that the influence of the pleasurable and painful associations which prompt a virtue is not sufficiently to be depended on for unerring consistency of action until it has acquired the support of habit. Both in feeling and in conduct, habit is the only thing which imparts certainty, and it is because of the importance to others of being able to rely absolutely on one's feelings and conduct, and to oneself of being able to rely on one's own, that the will to do right ought to be cultivated into this habitual independence. In other words, this state of the will is a means to good, not intrinsically a good, and does not contradict the doctrine that nothing is a good to human beings, but in so far as it is either itself pleasurable, or a means of attaining pleasure, or averting pain. But if this doctrine be true, the principle of utility is proved. Whether it is so or not must now be left to the consideration of the thoughtful reader. End of section 87. Read by Deborah Beach Giordano.
Section 88 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Bleckley. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903, Part 1. The Principles of Ethics. Part 1. The Data of Ethics. Chapter 2. The Evolution of Conduct. We've become quite familiar with the idea of an evolution of structures throughout the ascending types of animals. To a considerable degree, we've become familiar with the thought that an evolution of functions has gone on pari passu with the evolution of structures. Now advancing a step, we have to frame a conception of the evolution of conduct as correlated with this evolution of structures and functions. These three subjects are to be definitely distinguished. Obviously, the facts comparative morphology sets forth form a whole which, though it can't be treated in general or in detail without taking into account facts belonging to comparative physiology, is essentially independent. No less clear is it that we may devote our attention exclusively to that progressive differentiation of functions and combination of functions which accompanies the development of structures. May say no more about the characters and connections of organs than is implied in describing their separate and joint actions. And the subject of conduct lies outside the subject of functions, if not as far as this lies outside the subject of structures, still far enough to make it substantially separate. For those functions which are already variously compounded to achieve what we regard as single bodily acts are endlessly recompounded to achieve that coordination of bodily acts which is known as conduct. We are concerned with functions in the true sense, while we think of them as processes carried on within the body, and without exceeding the limits of physiology, we may treat of their adjusted combinations so long as these are regarded as parts of the vital consensus. If we observe how the lungs aerate the blood which the heart sends to them, how heart and lungs together supply aerated blood to the stomach and so enable it to do its work, how these cooperate with sundry secreting and excreting glands to further digestion and to remove waste matter, and how all of them join to keep the brain in a fit condition for carrying on those actions which indirectly conduce to maintenance of the life at large, We are dealing with functions. Even when considering how parts that act directly on the environment, legs, arms, wings, perform their duties, we are still concerned with functions in that aspect of them constituting physiology, so long as we restrict our attention to internal processes and to internal combinations of them. But we enter on the subject of conduct when we begin to study such combinations among the actions of sensory and motor organs as are externally manifested. Suppose that instead of observing those contractions of muscles by which the optic axes are converged and the foci of the eyes adjusted, which is a portion of physiology, and that instead of observing the cooperation of other nerves, muscles, and bones by which a hand is moved to a particular place and the fingers closed, which is also a portion of physiology, we observe a weapon being seized by a hand under the guidance of the eyes. We now pass from the thought of combined internal functions to the thought of combined external motions. Doubtless, if we could trace the cerebral processes which accompany these, we should find an inner physiological coordination corresponding with the outer coordination of actions. But this admission is consistent with the assertion that when we ignore the internal combinations and attend only to the external combination, we pass from a portion of physiology to a portion of conduct. For though it may be objected that the external combination instanced is too simple to be rightly included under the name conduct, yet a moment's thought shows that it is joined with what we call conduct by insensible gradations. Suppose the weapon seized is used to ward off a blow. Suppose a counterblow is given. Suppose the aggressor runs and is chased. Suppose there comes a struggle and a handing him over to the police. Suppose there follows the many and varied acts constituting a prosecution. Obviously, the initial adjustment of an act to an end, inseparable from the rest, must be included with them under the same general head. And obviously, from this initial simple adjustment, having intrinsically no moral character, we pass by degrees to the most complex adjustments, and to those on which moral judgments are passed. Hence, excluding all internal coordinations, our subject here is the aggregate of all external coordinations, and this aggregate includes not only the simplest as well as the most complex performed by human beings, but also those performed by all inferior beings considered as less or more evolved. Already the question: what constitutes advance in the evolution of conduct as we trace it up from the lowest types of living creatures to the highest, has been answered by implication. A few examples will now bring the answer into conspicuous relief. We saw that conduct is distinguished from the totality of actions by excluding purposeless actions, but during evolution this distinction arises by degrees. In the very lowest of creatures, most of the movements from moment to moment made have not more recognizable aims than have the struggles of an epileptic. An infusorium swims randomly about, determined in its course not by a perceived object to be pursued or escaped, but apparently by varying stimuli in its medium, and its acts, unadjusted in any appreciable way to ends, lead it now into contact with some nutritive substance which it absorbs, and now into the neighborhood of some creature by which it is swallowed and digested. Lacking those developed senses and motor powers which higher animals possess, 99 in the 100 of these minute animals, severally living but for a few hours, disappear either by innutrition or by destruction. The conduct is constituted of actions so little adjusted to ends that life continues only as long as the accidents of the environment are favorable. But when, among aquatic creatures, we observe one which, though still low in type, is much higher than the infusorium, say a rotifer, we see how, along with larger size, more developed structures, and greater powers of combining functions, there goes an advance in conduct. We see how, by its whirling cilia, it sucks in as food these small animals moving around. How, by its prehensile tail, it fixes itself to some object. How, by withdrawing its outer organs and contracting its body, it preserves itself from this or that injury from time to time threatened. And how thus, by better adjusting its own actions, it becomes less dependent on the actions going on around, and so preserves itself for a longer period. A superior subkingdom, as the mollusca, still better exemplifies this contrast. When we compare a low mollusk, such as a floating ascidian, with a high mollusk, such as a cephalopod, we are again shown that greater organic evolution is accompanied by more evolved conduct. At the mercy of every marine creature large enough to swallow it, and drifted about by currents which may chance to keep it at sea, or may chance to leave it fatally stranded, the ascidian displays but little adjustment of acts to end in comparison with the cephalopod, which, now crawling over the beach, now exploring the rocky crevices, now swimming through the open water, now darting after a fish, now hiding itself from some larger animal in a cloud of ink, and using its suckered arms at one time for anchoring itself, and at another for holding fast its prey, selects and combines and proportions its movements from minute to minute, so as to evade dangers which threaten, while utilizing chances of food which offer, so showing us varied activities which, in achieving special ends, achieve the general end of securing continuance of the activities. Among vertebrate animals, we similarly trace up, along with advance in structures and functions, this advance in conduct. A fish roaming about at hazard in search of something to eat, able to detect it by smell or sight only within short distances, and now and again rushing away in alarm at the approach of a bigger fish, makes adjustments of acts to ends that are relatively few and simple in their kind, and shows us as a consequence how small is the average duration of life. So few survive to maturity that, to make up for destruction of unhatched young and small fry and half-grown individuals, 1,000,000 ova have to be spawned by a codfish that too may reach the spawning age. Conversely, by a highly evolved mammal, such as an elephant, those general actions performed in common with the fish are far better adjusted to their ends. By sight as well, probably, as by odor, it detects food at relatively great distances, and when at intervals there arises a need for escape, relatively great speed is attained. But the chief difference arises from the addition of new sets of adjustments. We have combined actions which facilitate nutrition, the breaking off of succulent and fruit-bearing branches, the selecting of edible growths throughout a comparatively wide reach, and in case of danger, safety can be achieved not by flight only, but, if necessary, by defense or attack, bringing into combined use tusks, trunk, and ponderous feet. Further, we see various subsidiary acts adjusted to subsidiary ends. Now, the going into a river for coolness and using the trunk as a means of projecting water over the body. Now, the employment of a bow for sweeping away flies from the back. Now, the making of signal sounds to alarm the herd, and adapting the actions to such sounds when made by others. Evidently, the effect of this more highly evolved conduct is to secure the balance of the organic actions throughout far longer periods. And now, on studying the doings of the highest of mammals, mankind, we not only find that the adjustments of acts to ends are both more numerous and better than among lower animals, But we find the same thing on comparing the doings of higher races of men with those of lower races. If we take any one of the major ends achieved, we see greater completeness of achievement by civilized than by savage. And we also see an achievement of relatively numerous minor ends subserving major ends. Is it in nutrition? The food is obtained more regularly in response to appetite. It is far higher in quality. It is free from dirt. It is greater in variety. It's better prepared. Is it in warmth? The characters of the fabrics and forms of the articles used for clothing, and the adaptations of them to requirements from day to day and hour to hour, are much superior. Is it in dwellings? Between the shelter of boughs and grass which the lowest savage builds and the mansion of the civilized man, the contrast in aspect is not more extreme than is the contrast in number and efficiency of the adjustments of acts to ends betrayed in their respective constructions. And when the ordinary activities of the savage we compare to the ordinary civilized activities, as the business of the trader, which involves multiplied and complex transactions extending over long periods, or as professional avocations prepared for by elaborate studies and daily carried on in endlessly varied forms, or as political discussions and agitations directed now to the carrying of this measure and now to the defeating of that, we see sets of adjustments of acts to ends, not only immensely exceeding those seen among lower races of men in variety and intricacy, but sets to which lower races of men present nothing analogous. And along with this greater elaboration of life produced by the pursuit of more numerous ends, there goes that increased duration of life which constitutes the supreme end. And here is suggested the need for supplementing this conception of evolving conduct. For besides being an improving adjustment of acts to ends, such as furthers prolongation of life, it is such as furthers increased amount of life. Reconsideration of the examples above given will show that length of life is not by itself a measure of evolution of conduct, but that quantity of life must be taken into account. An oyster, adapted by its structure to the diffused food contained in the water it draws in, and shielded by its shell from nearly all dangers, may live longer than a cuttlefish, which has such superior powers of dealing with numerous contingencies. But then the sum of vital activities during any given interval is far less in the oyster than in the cuttlefish. So a worm, ordinarily sheltered from most enemies by the earth it burrows through, which also supplies a sufficiency of its poor food, may have greater longevity than many of its annulose relatives, the insects. But one of these, during its existence as larva and imago, may experience a greater quantity of the changes which constitute life. Nor is it otherwise when we compare the more evolved with the less evolved among mankind. The difference between the average lengths of the lives of savage and civilized is no true measure of the difference between the totalities of their two lives, considered as aggregates of thought, feeling, and action. Hence, estimating life by multiplying its length into its breadth, we must say that the augmentation of it which accompanies evolution of conduct results from increase of both factors. The more multiplied and varied adjustments of acts to ends, by which the more developed creature from hour to hour fulfills more numerous requirements, severally add to the activities that are carried on abreast, and severally help to make greater the period through which such simultaneous activities endure. Each further evolution of conduct widens the aggregate of actions while conducing to elongation of it. Turn we now to a further aspect of the phenomena, separate from but necessarily associated with the last. Thus far, we have considered only those adjustments of acts to ends which have for their final purpose complete individual life. Now we have to consider those adjustments which have for their final purpose the life of the species. Self-preservation in each generation has all along depended on the preservation of offspring by preceding generations. And in proportion as evolution of the conduct subserving individual life is high, implying high organization, there must previously have been a highly evolved conduct subserving nurture of the young. Throughout the ascending grades of the animal kingdom, this second kind of conduct presents stages of advance like those which we have observed in the first. Low down, where structures and functions are little developed, and the power of adjusting acts to ends but slight, there is no conduct, properly so named, furthering salvation of the species. Race-maintaining conduct, like self-maintaining conduct, arises gradually out of that which cannot be called conduct. Adjusted actions are preceded by unadjusted ones. Protozoa spontaneously divide and subdivide in consequence of physical changes over which they have no control, or at other times, after a period of quiescence, break up into minute proportions which severally grow into new individuals. In neither case can conduct be alleged. Higher up, the process is that of ripening at intervals germ cells and sperm cells, which on occasion are sent forth into the surrounding water and left to their fate, perhaps 1 in 10,000 surviving to maturity. Here again, we see only development and dispersion going on apart from parental care. Types above these, as fish which choose fit places in which to deposit their ova, or as the higher crustaceans which carry masses of ova about until they are hatched, exhibit adjustments of acts to ends, which we may properly call conduct, though it is of the simplest kind. Where, as among certain fish, the male keeps guard over the eggs, driving away intruders, there's an additional adjustment of acts to ends, and the applicability of the name conduct is more decided. Passing at once to creatures far superior, such as birds which, building nests and sitting on their eggs, feed their broods for considerable periods and give them aid after they can fly, or such as mammals which, suckling their young for a time, continue afterwards to bring them food or protect them while they feed, until they reach ages at which they can provide them for themselves, we are shown how this conduct, which furthers race maintenance, evolves hand in hand with the conduct which furthers self-maintenance. That better organization, which makes possible the last, makes possible the first also. Mankind exhibit a great progress of like nature. Compared with brutes, the savage, higher in his self-maintaining conduct, is higher too in his race-maintaining conduct. A larger number of the wants of offspring are provided for, and parental care, enduring longer, extends to the disciplining of offspring in arts and habits which fit them for their conditions of existence. Conduct of this order, especially with conduct of the first order, we see becoming evolved in a still greater degree as we ascend from savage to civilized. The adjustments of acts to ends in the rearing of children become far more elaborate, alike in number of ends met, variety of means used, and efficiency of their adaptations, and the aid and oversight are continued throughout a much greater part of early life. In tracing up the evolution of conduct so that we may frame a true conception of conduct in general, we have thus to recognize these two kinds as mutually dependent. Speaking generally, neither can evolve without evolution of the other, and the highest evolutions of the two must be reached simultaneously. To conclude, however, that on reaching a perfect adjustment of acts to ends, subserving individual life, and the rearing of offspring, the evolution of conduct becomes complete, is to conclude erroneously. Or rather, I should say, it is an error to suppose that either of these kinds of conduct can assume its highest form without its highest form being assumed by a third kind of conduct yet to be named. The multitudinous creatures of all kinds which fill the earth cannot live wholly apart from one another, but are more or less in presence of one another, are interfered with by one another. In large measure, the adjustments of acts to ends which we have been considering are components of that struggle for existence, carried on between members of the same species and between members of different species, and very generally a successful adjustment made by one creature involves an unsuccessful adjustment made by another creature, either of the same kind or of a different kind. That the carnivore may live, herbivores must die, and that its young may be reared, the young of weaker creatures must be orphaned. Maintenance of the hawk and its brood involves the deaths of many small birds, and that small birds may multiply, their progeny must be fed with innumerable sacrificed worms and larvae. Competition amongst members of the same species has allied, though less conspicuous, results. The stronger often carries off by force the prey which the weaker has caught. Monopolizing certain hunting grounds, the more ferocious drive others of their kind into less favorable places. With plant-eating animals, too, the like holds. The better food is secured by the more vigorous individuals, while the less vigorous and worst fed succumb either directly from innutrition or indirectly from resulting inability to escape enemies. That is to say, among creatures whose lives are carried on antagonistically, each of the two kinds of conduct delineated above must remain imperfectly evolved. Even in such few kinds of them as have little to fear from enemies or competitors, as lions or tigers, there is still inevitable failure in the adjustments of acts to ends towards the close of life. Death by starvation from inability to catch prey shows a falling short of conduct from its ideal. This imperfectly evolved conduct introduces us by antithesis to conduct that is perfectly evolved. Contemplating these adjustments of acts to ends which miss completeness because they cannot be made by one creature without other creatures being prevented from making them, raises the thought of adjustments such that each creature may make them without preventing them from being made by other creatures. That the highest form of conduct must be so distinguished is an inevitable implication, for while the form of conduct is such that adjustments of acts to ends by some necessitate non-adjustments by others, there remains room for modifications which bring conduct into a form avoiding this, and so making the totality of life greater. From the abstract, let us pass to the concrete. Recognizing men as the beings whose conduct is most evolved, let us ask under what conditions their conduct, in all three aspects of its evolution, reaches its limit. Clearly, while the lives led are entirely predatory, as those of savages, the adjustments of acts to ends fall short of this highest form of conduct in every way. Individual life, ill carried on from hour to hour, is prematurely cut short. The fostering of offspring often fails, and is incomplete when it does not fail, and insofar as the ends of self-maintenance and race maintenance are met, they're met by destruction of other beings, of different kind or of like kind. In social groups formed by compounding and recompounding primitive hordes, conduct remains imperfectly evolved in proportion as there continue antagonisms between the groups and antagonisms between members of the same group, two traits necessarily associated, since the nature which prompts international aggression prompts aggression of individuals on one another. Hence, the limit of evolution can be reached by conduct only in permanently peaceful societies. That perfect adjustment of acts to ends in maintaining individual life and rearing new individuals, which is effected by each without hindering others from effecting like perfect adjustments, is, in its very definition, shown to constitute a kind of conduct that can be approached only as war decreases and dies out. The gap in this outline must now be filled up. There remains a further advance not yet even hinted. For beyond so behaving that each achieves his ends without preventing others from achieving their ends, the members of a society may give mutual help in the achievement of ends. And if, either indirectly by industrial cooperation or directly by volunteered aid, fellow citizens can make easier for one another the adjustment of acts to ends, then their conduct assumes a still higher phase of evolution, since whatever faculties the making of adjustments by each increases the totality of the adjustments made and serves to render the lives of all more complete. After this passing remark, I recur to the main proposition set forth in these two chapters, which has, I think, been fully justified. Guided by the truth that as the conduct with which ethics deals is part of conduct at large must be generally understood before this part can be specially understood, and guided by the further truth that to understand conduct at large, we must understand the evolution of conduct. We've been led to see that ethics has, for its subject matter, that form which universal conduct assumes during the last stages of its evolution. We've also concluded that these last stages in the evolution of conduct are those displayed by the highest type of being, when he is forced, by increase of numbers, to live more and more in presence of his fellows. And there has followed the corollary that conduct gains ethical sanction in proportion as the activities, being less and less militant and more industrial, are such as do not necessitate mutual injury or hindrance, but consist with and are furthered by cooperation and mutual aid. End of section 88. Section 89 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Bleckley, The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903, Part 2. Chapter 15, Absolute and Relative Ethics. As applied to ethics, the word absolute will by many be supposed to imply principles of right conduct that exist out of relation to life as conditioned on the earth, out of relation to time and place, and independent of the universe as now visible to us, eternal principles as they are called. Those, however, who recall the doctrine set forth in First Principles will hesitate to put this interpretation on the word. Right, as we can think of it, necessitates the thought of not right or wrong for its correlative, and hence to ascribe rightness to the acts of the power manifested through phenomena is to assume the possibility that wrong acts may be committed by this power. But how come there to exist, apart from this power, conditions of such kind that subordination of its acts to them makes them right and insubordination wrong? How can unconditioned being be subject to conditions beyond itself? If, for example, anyone should assert that the cause of things conceived in respect to fundamental moral attributes as, like ourselves, did right in producing a universe which, in the course of immeasurable time, has given origin to beings capable of pleasure, and would have done wrong in abstaining from the production of such a universe, then the comment to be made is that imposing the moral ideas generated In his finite consciousness upon the infinite existence which transcends consciousness, he goes beyond that infinite existence and prescribes for it principles of action. As implied in foregoing chapters, right and wrong as conceived by us can exist only in relation to the actions of creatures capable of pleasure and pains. Seeing that analysis carries us back to pleasures and pains as the elements out of which the conceptions are framed. But if the word absolute, as used above, does not refer to the unconditioned being, if the principles of action distinguished as absolute and relative concern the conduct of conditioned beings, in what way are the words to be understood? An explanation of their meanings will be best conveyed by a criticism on the current conceptions of right and wrong. Conversations about the affairs of life habitually imply the belief that every deed named may be placed under the one head or the other. In discussing a political question, both sides take it for granted that some line of action may be chosen which is right, while all other lines of action are wrong. So, too, is it with judgments on the doings of individuals. Each of these is approved or disapproved on the assumption that it is definitely classable as good or bad. Even where qualifications are admitted, they are admitted with an implied idea that some such positive characterization is to be made. Nor is it in popular thought and speech only that we see this. If not wholly and definitely, yet partially and by implication, the belief is expressed by moralists. In his Methods of Ethics, Mr. Sidgwick says that there is, in any given circumstances, some one thing which ought to be done, and that this can be known is a fundamental assumption, made not by philosophers only, but by all men who perform any processes of moral reasoning. In this sentence, there is specifically asserted only the last of the above propositions, namely that in every case what ought to be done can be known. But though that which ought to be done is not distinctly identified with the right, it may be inferred, in the absence of any indication to the contrary, that Mr. Sidgwick regards the two as identical, and doubtless in so conceiving the postulates of moral science, he is at one with most, if not all, who have made it a subject of study. At first sight, indeed, nothing seems more obvious than that if actions are to be judged at all, these postulates must be accepted. Nevertheless, they may both be called in question, and I think it may be shown that neither of them is tenable. Instead of admitting that there is in every case a right and a wrong, it may be contended that in multitudinous cases no right, properly so called, can be alleged, but only a least wrong. And further, it may be contended that in many of these cases where there can be alleged only a least wrong, it is not possible to ascertain with any precision which is the least wrong. A great part of the perplexities in ethical speculation arise from neglect of this distinction between right and least wrong, between the absolutely right and the relatively right, and many further perplexities are due to the assumption that it can in some way be decided in every case which of two courses is morally obligatory. The law of absolute right can take no cognizance of pain, save the cognizance implied by negation. Pain is the correlative of some species of wrong, some kind of divergence from that course of action which perfectly fulfills all requirements. If, as was shown in an early chapter, the conception of good conduct always proves, when analyzed, to be the conception of a conduct which produces a surplus of pleasure somewhere, while, conversely, the conduct conceived as bad proves always to be that which inflicts somewhere a surplus of either positive or negative pain, then the absolutely good, the absolutely right in conduct, can be that only which produces pure pleasure, pleasure unalloyed with pain anywhere. By implication, conduct which has any concomitant of pain or any painful consequence is partially wrong, and the highest claim to be made for such conduct is that it is the least wrong which, under the conditions, is possible, the relatively right. The contents of preceding chapters imply throughout that, considered from the evolution point of view, the acts of men during the transition which has been, is still, and long will be in progress, must in most cases be of the kind here classed as least wrong. In proportion to the incongruity between the natures men inherit from the pre-social state and the requirements of social life, must be the amount of pain entailed by their actions, either on themselves or on others. Insofar as pain is suffered, evil is inflicted, and conduct which inflicts any evil cannot be absolutely good. To make clear the distinction here insisted upon between that perfect conduct, which is the subject matter of absolute ethics, and that imperfect conduct, which is the subject matter of relative ethics, some illustrations must be given. Among the best examples of absolutely right actions to be named are those arising where the nature and the requirements have been molded to one another before social evolution began. Two will here suffice. Consider the relation of a healthy mother to a healthy infant. Between the two there exists a mutual dependence, which is a source of pleasure to both. In yielding its natural food to the child, the mother receives gratification, and to the child there comes the satisfaction of appetite, a satisfaction which accompanies furtherance of life, growth, and increasing enjoyment. Let the relation be suspended, and on both sides there is suffering. The mother experiences both bodily pain and mental pain, and the painful sensation borne by the child brings as its results physical mischief and some damage to the emotional nature. Thus, the act is one that is to both exclusively pleasurable, while abstention entails pain on both, and it is consequently of the kind we here call absolutely right. In the parental relations of the father, we are furnished with a kindred example. If he is well constituted in body and mind, his boy, eager for play, finds in him a sympathetic response, and their frolics, giving mutual pleasure, not only further the child's physical welfare, but strengthen that bond of good feeling between the two which makes subsequent guidance easier. And then, if, repudiating the stupidities of earlier education as at present conceived and unhappily state enacted, he has rational ideas of mental development, and sees that the second-hand knowledge gained through books should begin to supplement the first-hand knowledge gained by direct observation only when a good stock of this has been acquired, he will, with active sympathy, aid in that exploration of the surrounding world which his boy pursues with delight, giving and receiving gratification from moment to moment while furthering ultimate welfare. Here again are actions of a kind purely pleasurable, alike in their immediate and remote effects, actions absolutely right. The intercourse of adults yields, for the reasons assigned, relatively few cases that fall completely within the same category. In their transactions from hour to hour, more or less of deduction from pure gratification is caused on one or another side by imperfect fitness to the requirements. The pleasures men gain by laboring in their vocations and receiving in one form or another returns for their services usually have the drawback that the labors are in a considerable degree displeasurable. Cases, however, do occur where the energies are so abundant that inaction is irksome, and where the daily work, not too great in duration, is of a kind appropriate to the nature, and where, as a consequence, pleasure rather than pain is a concomitant. When services yielded by such a one are paid for by another similarly adapted to his occupation, the entire transaction is of the kind we are here considering. Exchange under agreement between two so constituted becomes a means of pleasure to both, with no set-off of pain. Bearing in mind the form of nature which social discipline is producing, as shown in the contrast between savage and civilized, the implication is that ultimately men's activities at large will assume this character. Remembering that in the course of organic evolution, the means to enjoyment themselves eventually become sources of enjoyment, and that there is no form of action which may not, through the development of appropriate structures, become pleasurable, the inference must be that industrial activities carried on through voluntary cooperation will in time acquire the character of absolute rightness as here conceived. Already, indeed, something like such a state has been reached among certain of those who minister to our aesthetic gratifications. The artist of genius, poet, painter, or musician, is one who obtains the means of living by acts that are directly pleasurable to him, while they yield immediately or remotely pleasures to others. Once more, among absolutely right acts may be named certain of those which we class as benevolent. I say certain of them because such benevolent acts as entail submission to pain, positive or negative, that others may receive pleasure, are by the definition excluded. But there are benevolent acts of a kind yielding pleasure solely. Someone who has slipped is saved from falling by a bystander. A hurt is prevented and satisfaction is felt by both. A pedestrian is choosing a dangerous route, or a fellow passenger is about to alight at the wrong station and warned against doing so is saved from evil, each being, as a consequence, gratified. There is a misunderstanding between friends, and one sees how it has arisen, explains, the result being agreeable to all. Services to those around in the small affairs of life may be, and often are, of a kind which there is equal pleasure in giving and receiving. Indeed, as was urged in the last chapter, the actions of developed altruism must habitually have this character. And so, in countless ways suggested by these few, men may add to one another's happiness without anywhere producing unhappiness, ways which are therefore absolutely right. In contrast with these, consider the many actions which from hour to hour are gone through, now with an accompaniment of some pain to the actor, and now bringing results that are partially painful to others, but which nevertheless are imperative. As implied by antithesis with cases above referred to, the wearisomeness of productive labor as ordinarily pursued renders it insofar wrong, but then far greater suffering would result both to the laborer and his family, and therefore far greater wrong would be done, were this wearisomeness not borne. Though the pains which the care of many children entail on a mother form a considerable set-off from the pleasures secured by them to her children and herself, yet the miseries immediate and remote which neglect would entail so far exceed them, that submission to such pains up to the limit of physical ability to bear them becomes morally imperative as being the least wrong. A servant who fails to fulfill an agreement in respect of work, or who is perpetually breaking crockery, or who pilfers, may have to suffer pain from being discharged. But since the evil to be borne by all concerned, if incapacity or misconduct is tolerated, not in one case only, but habitually, must be much greater, such infliction of pain is warranted as a means to preventing greater pain. Withdrawal of custom from a tradesman whose charges are too high, or whose commodities are inferior, or who gives short measure, or who is unpunctual, decreases his welfare, and perhaps injures his belongings. But as saving him from these evils would imply bearing the evils his conduct causes, and as such regard for his well-being would imply disregard of the well-being of some more worthy or more efficient tradesman to whom the custom would else go, and as chiefly general adoption of the implied course, having the effect that the inferior would not suffer from their inferiority, nor the superior gain by their superiority, would produce universal misery. Withdrawal is justified. The act is relatively right. I pass now to the second of the two propositions above enunciated. After recognizing the truth that a large part of human conduct is not absolutely right, but only relatively right, we have to recognize the further truth that in many cases where there is no absolutely right course, but only courses that are more or less wrong, it is not possible to say which is the least wrong. Recurrence to the instances just given will show this. There is a point up to which it is relatively right for a parent to carry self-sacrifice for the benefit of offspring, and there is a point beyond which self-sacrifice cannot be pushed without bringing, not only upon himself or herself, but also on the family, evils greater than those to be prevented by the self-sacrifice. Who shall say where this point is? Depending on the constitutions and needs of those concerned, it is in no two cases the same, and cannot be by any one more than guessed. The transgressions or shortcomings of a servant vary from the trivial to the grave, and the evils which discharge may bring range through countless degrees from slight to serious. The penalty may be inflicted for a very small offense, and then there is wrong done. Or, after numerous grave offenses, it may not be inflicted, and again there is wrong done. How shall be determined the degree of transgression beyond which to discharge is less wrong than to not discharge? In like manner with the shopkeeper's misdemeanors, no one can sum up either the amount of positive and negative pain which tolerating them involves, nor the amount of positive and negative pain involved by not tolerating them. And in medium cases, no one can say where the one exceeds the other. In men's wider relations frequently occur circumstances under which a decision one or other way is imperative, and yet under which not even the most sensitive conscience, helped by the clearest judgment, can decide which of the alternatives is relatively right. Two examples will suffice. Here is a merchant who loses by the failure of a man indebted to him. Unless he gets help, he himself will fail, and if he fails, he will bring disaster not only on his family, but on all who have given him credit. Even if by borrowing he is enabled to meet immediate engagements, he is not safe, for the time is one of panic, and others of his debtors, by going to the wall, may put him in further difficulties. Shall he ask a friend for a loan? On one hand, is it not wrong forthwith to bring on himself, his family, and those who have business relations with him, the evils of his failure? On the other hand, is it not wrong to hypothecate the property of his friend and lead him, too, with his belongings and dependents, into similar risks? The loan would probably tide him over his difficulty, in which case would it not be unjust to his creditors did he refrain from asking it? Contrawise, the loan would very possibly fail to stave off his bankruptcy, in which case is not his action in trying to obtain it practically fraudulent? Though in extreme cases it may be easy to say which course is the least wrong, how is it possible in all those medium cases, where even by the keenest man of business the contingencies cannot be calculated? Take again the difficulties that not unfrequently arise from antagonism between family duties and social duties. Here is a tenant farmer, whose political principles prompt him to vote in opposition to his landlord. If, being a liberal, he votes for a conservative, Not only does he by his act say that he thinks what he does not think, but he may perhaps assist what he regards as bad legislation. His vote may by chance turn the election, and on a parliamentary division a single member may decide the fate of a measure. Even neglecting as too improbable such serious consequences, there is the manifest truth that if all who hold like views with himself are similarly deterred from electoral expression of them, there must result a different balance of power and a different national policy, making it clear that only by adherence of all to their political principles can the policy he thinks right be maintained. But now, on the other hand, how can he absolve himself from responsibility for the evils which those depending on him may suffer if he fulfills what appears to be a peremptory public duty? Is not his duty to his children even more peremptory? Does not the family precede the state? And does not the welfare of the state depend on the welfare of the family? May he then take a course which, if the threats uttered are carried out, will eject him from his farm, and so cause inability, perhaps temporary, perhaps prolonged, to feed his children? The contingent evils are infinitely varied in their ratios. In one case, the imperatives of the public duty is great, and the evil that may come on dependents small. In another case, the political issue is of trivial moment, and the possible injury which his family may suffer is great. And between these extremes, there are all gradations. Further, the degrees of probability of each result, public and private, range from the nearly certain to the almost impossible. Admitting, then, that it is wrong to act in a way likely to injure the state, and admitting that it is wrong to act in a way likely to injure the family, we have to recognize the fact that in countless cases, no one can decide by which of the alternative courses the least wrong is likely to be done. These instances will sufficiently show that in conduct at large, including men's dealings with themselves, with their families, with their friends, with their debtors and creditors, and with the public, it usually happens that whatever course is taken entails some pain somewhere, forming a deduction from the pleasure achieved and making the course insofar not absolutely right. Further, they will show that throughout a considerable part of conduct, no guiding principle, no method of estimation, enables us to say whether a proposed course is even relatively right, as causing approximately and remotely, specially and generally, the greatest surplus of good over evil. End of section 89. Section 90 of The Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Bleckley. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903, Part 3. And now we are prepared for dealing in a systematic way with the distinction between absolute ethics and relative ethics. Scientific truths of whatever order are reached by eliminating perturbing or conflicting factors, and by recognizing only fundamental factors. When, by dealing with fundamental factors in the abstract, not as presented in actual phenomena, but as presented in ideal separation, general laws have been ascertained. It becomes possible to draw inferences in concrete cases by taking into account incidental factors. But it is only by first ignoring these and recognizing the essential elements alone that we can discover the essential truths sought. Take in illustration the progress of mechanics from its empirical form to its rational form. All have occasional experience of the fact that a person pushed on one side beyond a certain degree loses his balance and falls. It is observed that a stone flung or an arrow shot does not proceed in a straight line, but comes to the earth after pursuing a course which deviates more and more from its original course. When trying to break a stick across the knee, it is found that success is easier if the stick is seized at considerable distances from the knee on each side than if seized close to the knee. Daily use of a spear draws attention to the truth that by thrusting its point under a stone and depressing the shaft, the stone may be raised the more readily the further away the hand is towards the end. Here, then, are sundry experiences, eventually grouped into empirical generalizations, which serve to guide conduct in certain simple cases. How does mechanical science evolve from these experiences? To reach a formula expressing the powers of the lever, it supposes a lever which does not, like the stick, admit of being bent, but is absolutely rigid, and it supposes a fulcrum not having a broad surface, like that of one ordinarily used, but a fulcrum without breadth, and it supposes that the weights to be raised bears on a definite point, instead of bearing over a considerable portion of the lever. Similarly with the leaning body, which, passing a certain inclination, overbalances. Before the truth respecting the relations of center of gravity and base can be formulated, it must be assumed that the surface on which the body stands is unyielding, that the edge of the body itself is unyielding, and that its mass, while made to lean more and more, does not change its form, conditions not fulfilled in the cases commonly observed. And so, too, it is with the projectile. Determination of its course by deduction from mechanical laws primarily ignores all deviations caused by its shape and by resistance of the air. The science of rational mechanics is a science which consists of such ideal truths, and can come into existence only by thus dealing with ideal cases. It remains impossible so long as attention is restricted to concrete cases presenting all the complications of friction, plasticity, and so forth. But now, after disentangling certain fundamental mechanical truths, it becomes possible by their help to guide actions better, and it becomes possible to guide them still better when, as presently happens, the complicating elements from which they have been disentangled are themselves taken into account. At an advanced stage, the modifying effects of friction are allowed for, and the inferences are qualified to the requisite extent. The theory of the pulley is corrected in its application to actual cases by recognizing the rigidity of cordage, the effects of which are formulated. The stabilities of masses, determinable in the abstract by reference to the centers of gravity of the masses in relation to the bases, come to be determined in the concrete by including also their characters in respect of cohesion. The courses of projectiles, having been theoretically settled as though they moved through a vacuum, are afterwards settled in more exact correspondence with the fact by taking into account atmospheric resistance. And thus we see illustrated the relation between certain absolute truths of mechanical science and certain relative truths which involve them. We are shown that no scientific establishment of relative truths is possible until the absolute truths have been formulated independently. We see that mechanical science fitted for dealing with the real can arise only after ideal mechanical science has arisen. All this holds of moral science. As by early and rude experiences there were inductively reached vague but partially true notions respecting the overbalancing of bodies, the motions of missiles, the actions of levers, so by early and rude experiences there were inductively reached vague but partially true notions respecting the effects of men's behavior on themselves, on one another, and on society, to a certain extent serving in the last case, as in the first, for the guidance of conduct. Moreover, as this rudimentary mechanical knowledge, though still remaining empirical, becomes during early stages of civilization at once more definite and more extensive, so during early stages of civilization these ethical ideas, still retaining their empirical character, increase in precision and multiplicity. But just as we have seen that mechanical knowledge of the empirical sort can evolve into mechanical science only by first omitting all qualifying circumstances and generalizing in absolute ways the fundamental laws of forces, so here we have to see that empirical ethics can evolve into rational ethics only by first neglecting all complicating incidents and formulating the laws of right action apart from the obscuring effects of special conditions. And the final implication is that just as the system of mechanical truths conceived in ideal separation as absolute becomes applicable to real mechanical problems in such way that making allowance for all incidental circumstances there can be reached conclusions far nearer to the truth than could otherwise be reached, so a system of ideal ethical truths expressing the absolutely right will be applicable to the questions of our transitional state in such ways that, allowing for the friction of an incomplete life and the imperfections of existing natures, we may ascertain with approximate correctness what is the relatively right. And now let it be observed that the conception of ethics thus set forth, strange as many will think it, is one which really lies latent in the beliefs of moralists at large. Though not definitely acknowledged, it is vaguely implied in many of their propositions. From early times downwards, we find in ethical speculations references to the ideal man, his acts, his feelings, his judgments. When Socrates said that well-doing is the thing to be chiefly studied, and that he achieved it who devoted to the study searching and labor, he made the actions of the superior man his standard, since he gave no other. Plato, in Minos, asserts that the authoritative rescripts or laws are those laid down by the artists or men of knowledge in that department, and that the doctrine contained in Laches is that only the one wise man can estimate the good or evil, or the comparative value of two alternative ends in each individual case. An ideal man is postulated. Aristotle says, "For it is the man whose condition, whether moral or bodily, is in each case perfect, who in each case judges rightly, and at once perceives the truth." And herein it is that the perfect man may be said to differ most widely from all others, in that in all such cases he at once perceives the truth, being, as it were, the rule and measure of its application. While observing that the Stoics, like other ancient philosophers, failing to distinguish properly between intellect and feeling, identified wisdom with goodness, we see that they, too, made the perfect man the measure of rectitude. And Epicurus, who also regards the wise man as the only one who can achieve a happy life, he alone knows how to do the right thing in the right way. If in modern times influenced by theological dogmas concerning human sinfulness, and by a theory of divinely prescribed conduct, moralists have not so frequently referred to an ideal, yet various references are traceable. We may see one in the dictum of Kant: "Act only on that maxim whereby thou canst at the same time will that it should become a universal law." For this implies the thought of a society in which the maxim is acted upon by all and universal benefit recognized as the effect. There is a conception of ideal conduct under ideal conditions. And though Mr. Sidgwick, in the quotation above made from him, implies that ethics is concerned with man as he is, rather than man as he should be, yet in elsewhere speaking of ethics as dealing with conduct as it should be, rather than with conduct as it is, he postulates ideal conduct and indirectly the ideal man. On his first page, speaking of ethics along with jurisprudence and politics, he says that they are distinguished by the characteristic that they attempt to determine not the actual, but the ideal, what ought to exist, not what does exist. It requires only that these various conceptions of an ideal conduct and of an ideal humanity should be made consistent and definite to bring them into agreement with the conception above set forth. At present, such conceptions are habitually vague, the ideal man having been conceived in terms of the current morality is therefore erected into a moral standard by which the goodness of actions may be judged, and the reasoning becomes circular. To make the ideal man serve as a standard, he has to be defined in terms of the conditions which his nature fulfills, in terms of those objective requirements which must be met before conduct can be right. And the common defect of these conceptions of the ideal man is that they suppose him out of relation to such conditions. All the above references to him, direct or indirect, imply that the ideal man is supposed to live and act under existing social conditions. The tacit inquiry is not what his actions would be under circumstances altogether changed, but what they would be under present circumstances. And this inquiry is futile for two reasons. The coexistence of a perfect man and an imperfect society is impossible, and could the two coexist, the resulting conduct would not furnish the ethical standards sought. In the first place, given the laws of life as they are, and a man of ideal nature cannot be produced in a society consisting of men having natures remote from the ideal. As well, we might expect a child of English type to be born among Negroes as expect that among the organically immoral, one who is organically moral will arise. Unless it be denied that character results from inherited structure, it must be admitted that since in any society each individual descends from a stock which, traced back a few generations, ramifies everywhere through the society, and participates in its average nature, there must, notwithstanding marked individual diversities, be preserved such community as prevents anyone from reaching an ideal form while the rest remain far below it. In the second place, ideal conduct, such as ethical theory is concerned with, is not possible for the ideal man in the midst of other men otherwise constituted. An absolutely just or perfectly sympathetic person could not live and act according to his nature in a tribe of cannibals. Among people who are treacherous and utterly without scruple, entire truthfulness and openness must bring ruin. If all around recognize only the law of the strongest, one whose nature will not allow him to inflict pain on others must go to the wall. There requires a certain congruity between the conduct of each member of a society and others' conduct. A mode of action entirely alien to the prevailing modes of action cannot be successfully persisted in, must eventuate in death to self or posterity or both. Hence it is manifest that we must consider the ideal man as existing in the ideal social state. On the evolution hypothesis, the two presuppose one another, and only when they coexist can there exist that ideal conduct which absolute ethics has to formulate, and which relative ethics has to take as the standard by which to estimate divergencies from right or degrees of wrong. End of section 90.
Section 91 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dustin Porter. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Henry Sidgwick, 1838 to 1900. The Methods of Ethics. Book 3. Chapter 14. Ultimate Good. 1. At the outset of this treatise, I notice that there are two forms in which the object of ethical inquiry is considered. It is sometimes regarded as a rule or rules of conduct, the right, sometimes as an end or ends, the good. I pointed out, that in the moral consciousness of modern Europe, the two notions are prima facie distinct, since, while it is commonly thought that the obligation to obey moral rules is absolute, it is not commonly held that the whole good of man lies in such obedience. This view, we may say, is vaguely and respectfully but unmistakably repudiated as a Stoical paradox. The ultimate good, or well-being of man, is rather regarded as an ulterior result, the connection of which with his right conduct is indeed commonly held to be certain, but is frequently conceived as supernatural, and so beyond the range of independent ethical speculation. But now, if the conclusions of the preceding chapters are to be trusted, it would seem that the practical determination of right conduct depends on the determination of ultimate good. For we have seen, a, that most of the commonly received maxims of duty, even of those which at first sight appear absolute and independent, are found when closely examined to contain an implicit subordination to the more general principles of prudence and benevolence, and b, that no principles except these, and the formal principle of justice or equity, can be admitted as at once intuitively clear and certain, while, again, these principles themselves, so far as they are self-evident, may be stated as precepts to seek 1. One's own good on the whole, repressing all seductive impulses, prompting to undue preference of particular goods, and 2. Others' good, no less than one's own, repressing any undue preference for one individual over another. Thus we are brought round again to the old question with which ethical speculation in Europe began. What is the ultimate good for man? Though not in the egoistic form in which the old question was raised. When, however, we examine the controversies to which this question originally led, we see that the investigation which has brought us round to it has tended definitely to exclude one of the answers which moral reflection was disposed to give to it. For to say that general good consists solely in general virtue, if we mean by virtue conformity to such prescriptions and prohibitions as make up the main part of the morality of common sense, would obviously involve us in a logical circle, since we have seen that the exact determination of these prescriptions and prohibitions must depend on the definition of this general good. Nor, I conceive, can this argument be evaded by adopting the view of what I have called aesthetic intuitionism, and regarding virtues as excellences of conduct clearly discernible by trained insight, although their nature does not admit of being stated in definite formula. For our notions of special virtues do not really become more independent by becoming more indefinite. They still contain, though perhaps more latently, the same reference to good or well-being as an ultimate standard. This appears clearly when we consider any virtue in relation to the cognate vice, or at least non-virtue, into which it tends to pass over when pushed to an extreme, or exhibited under inappropriate conditions. For example, common sense may seem to regard liberality, frugality, courage, placability as intrinsically desirable, but when we consider their relation respectively to profusion, meanness, foolhardiness, weakness, we find that common sense draws the line in each case, not by immediate intuition, but by reference either to some definite maxim of duty or to the general notion of good or well-being. And similarly, when we ask at what point candor, generosity, humility cease to be virtues by becoming excessive. Other qualities commonly admired, such as energy, zeal, self-control, thoughtfulness, are obviously regarded as virtues only when they are directed to good ends. In short, the only so-called virtues which can be thought to be essentially, and always such, and incapable of excess, are such qualities as wisdom, universal benevolence, and, in a sense, justice, of which the notions manifestly involve this notion of good, supposed already determinate. Wisdom is insight into good and the means to good. Benevolence is exhibited in the purposive actions called doing good. Justice, when regarded as essentially and always a virtue, lies in distributing good or evil impartially according to right rules. If then we are asked, what is this good which it is excellent to know, to bestow on others, to distribute impartially, it would be obviously absurd to reply that it is just this knowledge, these beneficent purposes, this impartial distribution. Nor again can I perceive that this difficulty is in any way met by regarding virtue as a quality of character rather than of conduct, and expressing the moral law in the form be this instead of the form do this. From a practical point of view, indeed, I fully recognize the importance of urging that men should aim at an ideal of character, and consider action in its effects on character. But I cannot infer from this that character and its elements, faculties, habits, or dispositions of any kind, are the constituents of ultimate good. It seems to me that the opposite is implied in the very conception of a faculty or disposition. It can only be defined as a tendency to act or feel in a certain way under certain conditions, and such a tendency appears to me clearly not valuable in itself, but for the acts and feelings in which it takes effect, or for the ulterior consequences of these, which consequences again cannot be regarded as ultimate good, so long as they are merely conceived as modifications of faculties, dispositions, etc. When, therefore, I say that effects on character are important, it is a summary way of saying that, by the laws of our mental constitution, the present act or feeling is a cause tending to modify importantly our acts and feelings in the indefinite future. The comparatively permanent result, supposed to be produced in the mind or soul, being a tendency that will show itself in an indefinite number of particular acts and feelings, may easily be more important, in relation to the ultimate end, than a single act or the transient feeling of a single moment. But its comparative permanence appears to me no ground for regarding it as itself a constituent of ultimate good. 2. So far, however, I have been speaking only of particular virtues as exhibited in conduct judged to be objectively right, and it may be argued that this is too external a view of the virtue that claims to constitute ultimate good. It may be said that the difficulty that I have been urging vanishes if we penetrate beyond the particular virtues to the root and essence of virtue in general, the determination of the will to do whatever is judged to be right, and to aim at realizing whatever is judged to be best, since this subjective rightness or goodness of will, being independent of knowledge of what is objectively right or good, is independent of that presupposition of good as already known and determined, which we have seen to be implied in the common conceptions of virtue as manifested in outward acts. I admit that if subjective rightness or goodness of will is affirmed to be the ultimate good, the affirmation does not exactly involve the logical difficulty that I have been urging. Nonetheless is it fundamentally opposed to common sense, since the very notion of subjective rightness or goodness of will implies an objective standard, which it directs us to seek, but does not profess to supply. It would be a palpable and violent paradox to set before the right-seeking mind no end except this right-seeking itself, and to affirm this to be the sole ultimate good, denying that any effects of right volition can be in themselves good, except the subjective rightness of future volitions, whether of self or of others. It is true that no rule can be recognized, by any reasonable individual, as more authoritative than the rule of doing what he judges to be right. For, in deliberating with a view to my own immediate action, I cannot distinguish between doing what is objectively right and realizing my own subjective conception of rightness. But we are continually forced to make the distinction as regards the actions of others, and to judge that conduct may be objectively wrong, though subjectively right. And we continually judge conduct to be objectively wrong because it tends to cause pain and loss of happiness to others, apart from any effect on the subjective rightness of their volitions. It is as so judging that we commonly recognize the mischief and danger of fanaticism, meaning by a fanatic a man who resolutely and unswervingly carries out his own conception of rightness, when it is plainly a mistaken conception. The same result may be reached even without supposing so palpable a force between subjective and objective rightness of volition, as is implied in the notion of fanaticism. As I have already pointed out, though the dictates of reason are always to be obeyed, it does not follow that the dictation of reason, the predominance of consciously moral over non-moral motives, is to be promoted without limits, And indeed, common sense appears to hold that some things are likely to be better done if they are done from other motives than conscious obedience to practical reason or conscience. It thus becomes a practical question how far the dictation of reason, the predominance of moral choice and moral effort in human life, is a result to be aimed at. And the admission of this question implies that conscious rightness of volition is not the sole ultimate good. On the whole, then, we may conclude that neither 1. Subjective rightness or goodness of volition, as distinct from objective, nor 2. Various character, except as manifested or realized in virtuous conduct, can be regarded as constituting ultimate good. While again, we are precluded from identifying ultimate good with virtuous conduct, because our conceptions of virtuous conduct, under the different heads or aspects denoted by the names of the particular virtues, have been found to presuppose the prior determination of the notion of good. That good which virtuous conduct is conceived as producing or promoting or rightly distributing. And what has been said of virtue seems to me still more manifestly true of the other talents, gifts, and graces which make up the common notion of human excellence or perfection. However immediately the excellent quality of such gifts and skills may be recognized and admired, reflection shows that they are only valuable on account of the good or desirable conscious life in which they are or will be actualized, or which will somehow be promoted by their exercise. 3. Shall we then say that ultimate good is good, or desirable conscious or sentient life, of which virtuous action is one element but not the sole constituent? This seems in harmony with common sense, and the fact that particular virtues and talents and gifts are largely valued as means to ulterior good does not necessarily prevent us from regarding their exercise as also an element of ultimate good. Just as the fact that physical action, nutrition, and repose, duly proportioned and combined, are a means to the maintenance of our animal life, does not prevent us from regarding them as indispensable elements of such life. Still, it seems difficult to conceive any kind of activity or process as both means and end, from precisely the same point of view, and in respect of precisely the same quality. And in both cases above mentioned, it is, I think, easy to distinguish the aspect in which the activities or processes in question are to be regarded as means from that in which they are to be regarded as in themselves good or desirable. Let us examine this first in the case of the physical processes. It is in their purely physical aspect, as complex processes of corporeal change, that they are means to the maintenance of life, but so long as we confine our attention to their corporeal aspect, regarding them merely as complex movements of certain particles of organized matter, it seems impossible to attribute to these movements, considered in themselves, either goodness or badness. I cannot conceive it to be an ultimate end of rational action to secure that these complex movements should be of one kind rather than another, or that they should be continued for a longer rather than a shorter period. In short, if a certain quality of human life is that which is ultimately desirable, it must belong to human life regarded on its psychical side, or briefly, consciousness. But again, it is not all life regarded on its psychical side which we can judge to be ultimately desirable, since psychical life as known to us includes pain as well as pleasure, and so far as it is painful, it is not desirable. I cannot, therefore, accept a view of the well-being or welfare of human beings, as of other living things, which is suggested by current zoological conceptions and apparently maintained with more or less definiteness by influential writers, according to which, when we attribute goodness or badness to the manner of existence of any living organism, we should be understood to attribute to it a tendency either 1. To self-preservation, or 2. To the preservation of the community or race to which it belongs, so that what well-being adds to mere being is just promise of future being. It appears to me that this doctrine needs only to be distinctly contemplated in order to be rejected. If all life were as little desirable as some portions of it have been, in my own experience and in that I believe of all or most men, I should judge all tendency to the preservation of it to be unmitigatingly bad. Actually, no doubt, as we generally hold that human life, even as now lived, has, on the average, a balance of happiness. We regard what is preservation of life as generally good and what is destructive of life as bad. And I quite admit that a most fundamentally important part of the function of morality consists in maintaining such habits and sentiments as are necessary to the continued existence, in full numbers, of a society of human beings under their actual conditions of life. But this is not because the mere existence of human organisms, even if prolonged to eternity, appears to me in any way desirable. It is only assumed to be so because it is supposed to be accompanied by consciousness on the whole desirable. It is therefore this desirable consciousness which we must regard as ultimate good. In the same way, so far as we judge virtuous activity to be a part of ultimate good, it is, I conceive, because the consciousness attending it is judged to be in itself desirable for the virtuous agent, though at the same time this consideration does not adequately represent the importance of virtue to human well-being, since we have to consider its value as a means as well as its value as an end. We may make the distinction clearer by considering whether virtuous life would remain, on the whole, good for the virtuous agent, if we suppose it combined with extreme pain. The affirmative answer to this question was strongly supported in Greek philosophical discussion, but it is a paradox from which a modern thinker would recoil. He would hardly venture to assert that the portion of life spent by a martyr in tortures was in itself desirable, though it might be his duty to suffer the pain with a view to the good of others, and even his interest, to suffer it with a view to his own ultimate happiness. End of section 91.
Section 92 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Section 4. If, then, ultimate good can only be conceived as desirable consciousness, including the consciousness of virtue as a part, but only as a part, are we to identify this notion with happiness or pleasure, and say with the utilitarians that general good is general happiness? Many would, at this point of the discussion, regard this conclusion as inevitable. To say that all other things called good are only means to the end of making conscious life better or more desirable seems to them the same as saying that they are means to the end of happiness. But very important distinctions remain to be considered. According to the view taken in a previous chapter, in affirming ultimate good to be happiness or pleasure, we imply 1. That nothing is desirable except desirable feelings, and 2. That the desirability of each feeling is only directly cognizable by the sentient individual at the time of feeling it, and that therefore this particular judgment of the sentient individual must be taken as final on the question how far each element of feeling has the quality of ultimate good. Now no one, I conceive, would estimate in any other way the desirability of feeling considered merely as feeling, but it may be urged that our conscious experience includes, besides feelings, cognitions and volitions, and that the desirability of these must be taken into account, and is not to be estimated by the standard above stated. I think, however, that when we reflect on a cognition as a transient fact of an individual's psychical experience, distinguishing it on the one hand from the feeling that normally accompanies it, and on the other hand from that relation of the knowing mind to the object known which is implied in the term true or valid cognition, it is seen to be an element of consciousness quite neutral in respect of desirability. And the same may be said of volitions, when we abstract from their concomitant feelings and their relation to an objective norm or ideal, as well as from all their consequences. It is no doubt true that in ordinary thought, certain states of consciousness, such as cognition of truth, contemplation of beauty, volition to realize freedom or virtue, are sometimes judged to be preferable on other grounds than their pleasantness. But the general explanation of this seems to be, as was suggested in Book 2, Chapter 2, Section 2, that what in such cases we really prefer is not the present consciousness itself, but either effects on future consciousness more or less distinctly foreseen, or else something in the objective relations of the conscious being not strictly included in his present consciousness. The second of these alternatives may perhaps be made clearer by some illustrations. A man may prefer the mental state of apprehending the truth to the state of half-reliance on generally accredited fictions, while recognizing that the former state may be more painful than the latter, and independently of any effect which he expects either state to have upon his subsequent consciousness. Here, on my view, the real object of preference is not the consciousness of knowing truth, considered merely as consciousness. The element of pleasure or satisfaction in this being more than outweighed by the concomitant pain, but the relation between the mind and something else, which, as the very notion of truth implies, is whatever it is independently of our cognition of it, and which I therefore call objective. This may become more clear if we imagine ourselves learning afterwards that what we took for truth is not really such. For in this case, we should certainly feel that our preference had been mistaken. Whereas if our choice had really been between two elements of transient consciousness, its reasonableness could not be affected by any subsequent discovery. Similarly, a man may prefer freedom and penury to a life of luxurious servitude, not because the pleasant consciousness of being free outweighs in prospect all the comforts and securities that the other life would afford, but because he has a predominant aversion to that relation between his will and the will of another, which we call slavery. Or, again, a philosopher may choose what he conceives as inner freedom, the consistent self-determination of the will, rather than the gratifications of appetite, though recognizing that the latter are more desirable, considered merely as transient feelings. In either case, he will be led to regard his preference as mistaken if he be afterwards persuaded that his conception of freedom or self-determination was illusory, that we are all slaves of circumstances, destiny, etc. So again, the preference of conformity to virtue, or contemplation of beauty, to a state of consciousness recognized as more pleasant, seems to depend on a belief that one's conception of virtue or beauty corresponds to an ideal to some extent objective and valid for all minds. Apart from any consideration of future consequences, we should generally agree that a man who sacrificed happiness to an erroneous conception of virtue or beauty made a mistaken choice. Still, it may be said that this is merely a question of definition, that we may take conscious life in a wide sense, so as to include the objective relations of the conscious being implied in our notions of virtue, truth, beauty, freedom, and that from this point of view, we may regard cognition of truth, contemplation of beauty, free or virtuous action, as in some measure preferable alternatives to pleasure or happiness, even though we admit that happiness must be included as a part of ultimate good. In this case, the principle of rational benevolence, which was stated in the last chapter as an indubitable intuition of the practical reason, would not direct us to the pursuit of universal happiness alone, but of these ideal goods as well, as ends ultimately desirable for mankind generally. Section 5. I think, however, that this view ought not to commend itself to the sober judgment of reflective persons. In order to show this, I must ask the reader to use the same twofold procedure that I before requested him to employ in considering the absolute and independent validity of common moral precepts. I appeal firstly to his intuitive judgment after due consideration of the question when fairly placed before it, and secondly, to a comprehensive comparison of the ordinary judgments of mankind. As regards the first argument, to me at least, it seems clear after reflection that these objective relations of the conscious subject, when distinguished from the consciousness accompanying and resulting from them, are not ultimately and intrinsically desirable, any more than material or other objects are when considered apart from any relation to conscious existence. Admitting that we have actual experience of such preferences, as have just been described, of which the ultimate object is something that is not merely consciousness, it still seems to me that when, to use Butler's phrase, we sit down in a cool hour, we can only justify to ourselves the importance that we attach to any of these objects by considering its conduciveness in one way or another to the happiness of sentient beings. The second argument, that refers to the common sense of mankind, obviously cannot be made completely cogent, since, as above stated, several cultivated persons do habitually judge that knowledge, art, etc., not to speak of virtue, are ends independently of the pleasure derived from them. But we may urge not only that all these elements of ideal good are productive of pleasure in various ways, but also that they seem to obtain the commendation of common sense, roughly speaking, in proportion to the degree of this productiveness. This seems obviously true of beauty, and will hardly be denied in respect of any kind of social ideal. It is paradoxical to maintain that any degree of freedom, or any form of social order, would still be commonly regarded as desirable even if we were certain that it had no tendency to promote the general happiness. The case of knowledge is rather more complex, but certainly common sense is most impressed with the value of knowledge when its fruitfulness has been demonstrated. It is, however, aware that experience has frequently shown how knowledge, long fruitless, may become unexpectedly fruitful, and how light may be shed on one part of the field of knowledge from another apparently remote. And even if any particular branch of scientific pursuit could be shown to be devoid of even this indirect utility, it would still deserve some respect on utilitarian grounds, both as furnishing to the inquirer the refined and innocent pleasures of curiosity, and because the intellectual disposition which it exhibits and sustains is likely on the whole to produce fruitful knowledge. Still, in cases approximating to this last, common sense is somewhat disposed to complain of the misdirection of valuable effort, so that the meed of honor commonly paid to science seems to be graduated, though perhaps unconsciously, by a tolerably exact utilitarian scale. Certainly, the moment the legitimacy of any branch of scientific inquiry is seriously disputed, as in the recent case of vivisection, the controversy on both sides is generally conducted on an avowedly utilitarian basis. The case of virtue requires special consideration, since the encouragement in each other of virtuous impulses and dispositions is the main aim of men's ordinary moral discourse, so that even to raise the question whether this encouragement can go too far has a paradoxical air. Still, our experience includes rare and exceptional cases in which the concentration of effort on the cultivation of virtue has seemed to have effects adverse to general happiness, through being intensified to the point of moral fanaticism, and so involving a neglect of other conditions of happiness. If, then, we admit as actual or possible such infelicific effects of the cultivation of virtue, I think we shall also generally admit that, in the case supposed, conduciveness to general happiness should be the criterion for deciding how far the cultivation of virtue should be carried. At the same time, it must be allowed that we find in common sense an aversion to admit happiness, when explained to mean a sum of pleasures, to be the sole ultimate end and standard of right conduct. But this, I think, can be fully accounted for by the following considerations. 1. The term pleasure is not commonly used so as to include clearly all kinds of consciousness which we desire to retain or reproduce. In ordinary usage, it suggests too prominently the coarser and commoner kinds of such feelings, and it is difficult, even for those who are trying to use it scientifically, to free their minds altogether from the associations of ordinary usage, and to mean by pleasure only desirable consciousness, or feeling of whatever kind. Again, our knowledge of human life continually suggests to us instances of pleasures which will inevitably involve as concomitant or consequent either a greater amount of pain or a loss of more important pleasures. And we naturally shrink from including even hypothetically in our conception of ultimate good these, in Bentham's phrase, impure pleasures, especially since we have, in many cases, moral or aesthetic instincts warning us against such pleasures. 2. We have seen that many important pleasures can only be felt on condition of our experiencing desires for other things than pleasure. Thus, the very acceptance of pleasure as the ultimate end of conduct involves the practical rule that it is not always to be made the conscious end. Hence, even if we are considering merely the good of one human being taken alone, excluding from our view all effects of his conduct on others, still the reluctance of common sense to regard pleasure as the sole thing ultimately desirable may be justified by the consideration that human beings tend to be less happy if they are exclusively occupied with the desire of personal happiness, e.g., as was before shown, we shall miss the valuable pleasures which attend the exercise of the benevolent affections if we do not experience genuinely disinterested impulses to procure happiness for others, which are, in fact, implied in the notion of benevolent affections. 3. But again, I hold, as was expounded in the preceding chapter, that disinterested benevolence is not only thus generally in harmony with rational self-love, but also in another sense and independently rational. That is, reason shows me that if my happiness is desirable and a good, the equal happiness of any other person must be equally desirable. Now, when happiness is spoken of as the sole ultimate good of man, the idea most commonly suggested is that each individual is to seek his own happiness at the expense, if necessary, or at any rate, to the neglect of that of others. And this offends both our sympathetic and our rational regard for others' happiness. It is, in fact, rather the end of egoistic than of universal hedonism, to which common sense feels an aversion. And certainly one's individual happiness is, in many respects, an unsatisfactory mark for one's supreme aim, apart from any direct collision into which the exclusive pursuit of it may bring us with rational or sympathetic benevolence. It does not possess the characteristics which, as Aristotle says, we divine to belong to ultimate good, being, so far at least, as it can be empirically foreseen, so narrow and limited, of such necessarily brief duration, and so shifting and insecure while it lasts. But universal happiness, desirable consciousness or feeling for the innumerable multitude of sentient beings, present and to come, seems an end that satisfies our imagination by its vastness and sustains our resolution by its comparative security. It may, however, be said that if we require the individual to sacrifice his own happiness to the greater happiness of others on the ground that it is reasonable to do so, we really assign to the individual a different ultimate end from that which we lay down as the ultimate good of the universe of sentient beings, since we direct him to take as ultimate happiness for the universe, but conformity to reason for himself. I admit the substantial truth of this statement, though I should avoid the language as tending to obscure the distinction before explained between obeying the dictates and prompting the dictation of reason. But granting the alleged difference, I do not see that it constitutes an argument against the view here maintained, since the individual is essentially and fundamentally different from the larger whole, the universe of sentient beings, of which he is conscious of being a part, just because he has a known relation to similar parts of the same whole, while the whole itself has no such relation. I accordingly see no inconsistency in holding that while it would be reasonable for the aggregate of sentient beings, if it could act collectively, to aim at its own happiness only as an ultimate end, and would be reasonable for any individual to do the same if he were the only sentient being in the universe, it may yet be actually reasonable for an individual to sacrifice his own good or happiness for the greater happiness of others. At the same time, I admit that in the earlier age of ethical thought which Greek philosophy represents, men sometimes judged an act to be good for the agent, even while recognizing that its consequences would be on the whole painful to him, as, e.g., a heroic exchange of a life full of happiness for a painful death at the call of duty. I attribute this partly to a confusion of thought between what it is reasonable for an individual to desire when he considers his own existence alone, and what he must recognize as reasonably to be desired when he takes the point of view of a larger whole, partly, again, to a faith deeply rooted in the moral consciousness of mankind, that there cannot be really and ultimately any conflict between the two kinds of reasonableness. But when reasonable self-love has been clearly distinguished from conscience, as it is by Butler and his followers, we find it is naturally understood to mean desire for one's own happiness, so that in fact the interpretation of one's own good, which was almost peculiar in ancient thought to the Cyrenaic and Epicurean heresies, is adopted by some of the most orthodox of modern moralists. Indeed, it often does not seem to have occurred to these latter that this notion can have any other interpretation. If, then, when anyone hypothetically concentrates his attention on himself, good is naturally and almost inevitably conceived to be pleasure, we may reasonably conclude that the good of any number of similar beings, whatever their mutual relations may be, cannot be essentially different in quality. 4. But lastly, from the universal point of view, no less than from that of the individual, it seems true that happiness is likely to be better attained if the extent to which we set ourselves consciously to aim at it be carefully restricted. And this not only because action is likely to be more effective if our effort is temporarily concentrated on the realization of more limited ends, though this is no doubt an important reason, but also because the fullest development of happy life for each individual seems to require that he should have other external objects of interest besides the happiness of other conscious beings. And thus we may conclude that the pursuit of the ideal objects before mentioned, virtue, truth, freedom, beauty, etc., for their own sakes, is indirectly and secondarily, though not primarily and absolutely, rational, on account not only of the happiness that will result from their attainment, but also of that which springs from their disinterested pursuit. While yet if we ask for a final criterion of the comparative value of the different objects of men's enthusiastic pursuit, and of the limits within which each may legitimately engross the attention of mankind, we shall none the less conceive it to depend upon the degree in which they respectively conduce to happiness. If, however, this view be rejected, it remains to consider whether we can frame any other coherent account of ultimate good. If we are not to systematize human activities by taking universal happiness as their common end, on what other principles are we to systematize them? It should be observed that these principles must not only enable us to compare among themselves the values of the different non-hedonistic ends which we have been considering, but must also provide a common standard for comparing these values with that of happiness, unless we are prepared to adopt the paradoxical position of rejecting happiness as absolutely valueless. For we have a practical need of determining not only whether we should pursue truth rather than beauty, or freedom, or some ideal constitution of society rather than either, or perhaps desert all of these for the life of worship and religious contemplation, but also how far we should follow any of these lines of endeavor when we foresee among its consequences the pains of human or other sentient beings, or even the loss of pleasures that might otherwise have been enjoyed by them. I have failed to find, and am unable to construct, any systematic answer to this question that appears to me deserving of serious consideration, and hence I am finally led to the conclusion, which at the close of the last chapter seemed to be premature, that the intuitional method rigorously applied yields as its final result the doctrine of pure universalistic hedonism, which it is convenient to denote by the single word utilitarianism. End of section 92.
Section 93 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by G. Kent, The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand, Francis Herbert Bradley, Ethical Studies. Francis Herbert Bradley, 1846 to present. Ethical Studies. Essay 2. Why should I be moral? Why should I be moral? Footnote. Let me observe here that the word moral has 3 meanings, which must be throughout these pages distinguished by the context. 1. Moral is opposed to non-moral. The moral world, or world of morality, is opposed to the natural world where morality cannot exist. 2. Within the moral world of moral agents, moral is opposed to immoral. 3. Again, within the moral world and the moral part of the moral world, moral is further restricted to the personal side of the moral life and the moral institutions. It stands for the inner relation of this or that will to the universal, not to the whole, outer, and inner realization of morality. The question is natural, and yet seems strange. It appears to be one we ought to ask, and yet we feel, when we ask it, that we are wholly removed from the moral point of view. To ask the question, why, is rational. For reason teaches us to do nothing blindly, nothing without end or aim. She teaches us that what is good must be good for something, and that what is good for nothing is not good at all. And so we take it as certain that there is an end on one side, means on the other, and that only if the end is good and the means conduce to it, have we a right to say the means are good. It is rational, then, always to inquire, why should I do it? But here the question seems strange, for morality, and she too is reason, teaches us that if we look on her only as good for something else, we never in that case have seen her at all. She says that she is an end to be desired for her own sake, and not as a means to something beyond. Degrade her, and she disappears. And to keep her, we must love and not merely use her. And so, at the question, why, we are in trouble. For that does assume and does take for granted that virtue in this sense is unreal, and what we believe is false. Both virtue and the asking why seem rational, and yet incompatible one with the other. And the better course will be not forthwith to reject virtue in favor of the question, but rather to inquire concerning the nature of the why. Why should I be virtuous? Why should I? Could anything be more modest? Could anything be less assuming? It is not a dogma, it is only a question. And yet a question may contain perhaps must contain, an assumption more or less hidden, or, in other words, a dogma. Let us see what is assumed in the asking of our question. In Why Should I Be Moral? The why should I was another way of saying, what good is virtue, or rather, for what is it good? And we saw that in asking, is virtue good as a means, and how so, we do assume that virtue is not good, except as a means. The dogma at the root of the question is hence clearly either 1. The general statement that only means are good, or 2. The particular assertion of this in the case of virtue. To explain, the question for what, whereto, is either universally applicable or not so. It holds everywhere, or we mean it to hold only here. Let us suppose, in the first place, that it is meant to hold everywhere. Then, 1, we are taking for granted that nothing is good in itself, that only the means to something else are good, that good, in a word, equals good for, and good for something else. Such is the general canon by which virtue would have to be measured. No one perhaps would explicitly put forward such a canon, and yet it may not be waste of time to examine it. The good is a means. A means is a means to something else, and this is an end. Is the end good? No. If we hold to our general canon, it is not good as an end. The good was always good for something else and was a means. To be good, the end must be a means, and so on forever in a process which has no limit. If we ask now, what is good? We must answer, there is nothing which is not good, for there is nothing which may not be regarded as conducing to something outside itself. Everything is relative to something else, and the essence of the good is to exist by virtue of something else and something else forever. Everything is something else, is the result which at last we are brought to if we insist on pressing our canon as universally applicable. But the above is not needed, perhaps, for those who introduced the question why did not think of things in general. The good for them was not an infinite process of idle distinction. Their interest is practical, and they do and must understand by the good, which they call a means, some means to an end in itself, which latter they assume and unconsciously fix in whatever is agreeable to themselves. If we said to them, for example, virtue is a means, and so is everything besides, and a means to everything else besides. Virtue is a means to pleasure, pain, health, disease, wealth, poverty, and is a good, because a means, and so also with pain, poverty, etc. They are all good, because all means. Is this what you mean by the question why? They would answer no. And they would answer no because something has been taken as an end, and therefore good, and has been assumed dogmatically. The universal application of the question for what, or whereto, is, we see, repudiated. The question does not hold good everywhere, and we must now consider, secondly, its particular application to virtue. 2. Something is here assumed to be the end, and further this is assumed not to be virtue, and thus the question is founded, is virtue a means to a given end, which end is the good? Is virtue good, and why? i.e., as conducing to what good is it good? The dogma, A or B or C, is a good in itself, justifies the inquiry. Is D a means to A, B, or C? And it is the dogmatic character of the question that we wished to point out. Its rationality, put as if universal, is tacitly assumed to end with a certain province, and our answer must be this. If your formula will not, on your own admission, apply to everything, what ground have you for supposing it to apply to virtue? Be virtuous that you may be happy, i.e. pleased. Then why be happy and not rather virtuous? The pleasure of all is an end. Why all? Mine. Why mine? Your reply must be that you take it to be so, and are prepared to argue on the thesis that something not virtue is the end in itself. And so are we, and we shall try to show that this is erroneous. But even if we fail in that, we have, I hope, made it clear that the question, why should I be moral, rests on the assertion of an end in itself, which is not morality, and a point of this importance must not be taken for granted. It is quite true that to ask, why should I be moral, is, ipso facto, to take one view of morality. It is to assume that virtue is a means to something not itself. But it is a mistake to suppose that the general asking of why affords any presumption in favor of or against any one theory. If any theory could stand upon the what for as a rational formula, which must always hold good and be satisfied, then, to that extent, no doubt it would have an advantage, but we have seen that all doctrines alike must reject the what for, and agree in this rejection, if they agree in nothing else, since they all must have an end which is not a mere means. And if so, is it not foolish to suppose that its giving a reason for virtue is any argument in favor of hedonism, when for its own end it can give no reason at all? Is it not clear that if you have any ethics, you must have an end which is above the why, in the sense of what for, and that, if this is so, the question is now, as it was 2,000 years ago, granted that there is an end. What is this end? And the asking of that question, as reason and history both tells us, is not in itself the presupposing of a hedonistic answer, or any other answer. The claim of pleasure to be the end we are to discuss in another paper, but what is clear at first sight is that to take virtue as a mere means to an ulterior end is in direct antagonism to the voice of the moral consciousness. That consciousness, when unwarped by selfishness and not blinded by sophistry, is convinced that to ask for the why is simple immorality. To do good for its own sake is virtue. To do it for some ulterior end or object, not itself good, is never virtue, and never to act but for the sake of an end, other than doing well and right, is the mark of vice. And the theory, which sees in virtue, as in money-getting, a means which is mistaken for an end, contradicts the voice which proclaims that virtue not only does seem to be, but is an end in itself. And it is the dogmatic character of the question that we wished to point out. Taking our stand then, as we hope, on this common consciousness, what answer can we give when the question, why should I be moral, in the sense of what will it advantage me, is put to us? Here we shall do well, I think, to avoid all praises of the pleasantness of virtue. We may believe that it transcends all possible delights of vice, but it would be well to remember that we desert a moral point of view, that we degrade and prostitute virtue, when to those who do not love her for herself, we bring ourselves to recommend her for the sake of her pleasures. Against the base mechanical Bavariaria, which meets us on all sides with its what is the use of goodness or beauty or truth, there is but one fitting answer from the friends of science or art or religion and virtue. We do not know, and we do not care. As a direct answer to the question, we should not say more, but, putting ourselves at our questioner's point of view, we may ask in return, why should I be immoral? Is it not disadvantageous to be so? we can ask, is your view consistent? Does it satisfy you and give you what you want? And if you are satisfied, and so far as you are satisfied, do see whether it is not because, and so far as, you are false to your theory, so far as you are living not directly with a view to the pleasant, but with a view to something else, or with no view at all, but, as you would call it, without any reason. We believe that in your heart, your end is what ours is, but that about this end you not only are sorely mistaken, but in your heart you feel and know it, or at least would do so if you would only reflect. And more than this, I think we ought not to say. What more are we to say? If a man asserts total skepticism, you cannot argue with him. You can show that he contradicts himself, but if he says, I do not care, there is an end of it. So, too, if a man says, I shall do what I like because I happen to like it, and as for ends, I recognize none. You may indeed show him that his conduct is in fact otherwise. And if he will assert anything as an end, if he will but say, I have no end but myself, then you may argue with him and try to prove that he is making a mistake as to the nature of the end he alleges. But if he says, I care not whether I am moral or rational, nor how much I contradict myself, then argument ceases. We, who have the power, believe that what is rational, if it is not yet, at least is to be real, and decline to recognize anything else. For standing on reason, we can give, of course, no further reason, but we push our reason against what seems to oppose it, and soon force all to see that moral obligations do not vanish where they cease to be felt or are denied. Has the question, why should I be moral, no sense then? And is no positive answer possible? No. The question has no sense at all. It is simply unmeaning, unless it is equivalent to, is morality an end in itself? And if so, how, and in what way is it an end? Is morality the same as the end for man, so that the two are convertible, or is morality one side, or aspect, or element of some end, which is larger than itself? Is it the whole end from all points of view, or is it one view of the whole? Is the artist moral, so far as he is a good artist, or is the philosopher moral, so far as he is a good philosopher? Are their art or science and their virtue one thing from one and the same point of view, or two different things, or one thing from 2 points of view? These are not easy questions to answer, and we cannot discuss them yet. We have taken the reader now so far as he need go before proceeding to the following essays. What remains is to point out the most general expression for the end in itself, the ultimate practical why, and that is we find in the word self-realization. But what follows is an anticipation of the sequel, which we cannot promise to make intelligible as yet, and the reader who finds difficulties had better go at once to Essay 3. Footnote: Bradley's Ethical Studies 3. How can it be proved that self-realization is the end? There is only one way to do that. This is to know what we mean when we say self and real and realize and end, and to know that it is to have something like a system of metaphysic, and to say it would be to exhibit that system. Instead of remarking then that we lack space to develop our views, let us frankly confess that, properly speaking, we have no such views to develop, and therefore we cannot prove our thesis. All that we can do is partially to explain it, and try to render it plausible. It is a formula which our succeeding essays will, in some way, fill up, and which here we shall attempt to recommend to the reader beforehand. An objection will occur at once. There surely are ends, it will be said, which are not myself, which fall outside my activity, and which, nevertheless, I do realize and think I ought to realize. We must try to show that the objection rests upon a misunderstanding and, as a statement of fact, brings with it insuperable difficulties. End of section 93. Section 94 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by G. Kent. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Francis Herbert Bradley. Let us first go to the moral consciousness and see what that tells us about its end. Morality implies an end in itself. We take that for granted. Something is to be done. A good is to be realized. But that result is, by itself, not morality. Morality differs from art in that it cannot make the act a mere means to the result. Yet there is a means. There is not only something to be done, but something to be done by me. I must do the act, must realize the end. Morality implies both the something to be done and the doing of it by me. And if you consider them as end and means, you cannot separate the end and the means. If you choose to change the position of end and means, and say my doing is the end, and the to be done is the means, you would not violate the moral consciousness, for the truth is that means and end are not applicable here. The act for me means my act, and there is no end beyond the act. This we see in the belief that failure may be equivalent morally to success, in the saying that there is nothing good except a good will. In short, for morality, the end implies the act, and the act implies self-realization. This, if it were doubtful, would be shown, we may remark in passing, by the feeling of pleasure which attends the putting forth of the act. For if pleasure be the feeling of self, and accompany the act, this indicates that the putting forth of the act is also the putting forth of the self. But we must not lay too much stress on the moral consciousness, for we shall be reminded, perhaps, that not only can it be but like the miser's consciousness, it frequently has been explained, and that both states of mind are illusions generated on one and the same principle. Let us then dismiss the moral consciousness, and not trouble ourselves about what we think we ought to do. Let us try to show that what we do is, perfectly or imperfectly, to realize ourselves, and that we cannot possibly do anything else, that all we can realize is, accident apart, our ends or the objects we desire, and that all we can desire is, in a word, self. This, we think, will be readily admitted by our main psychological party. What we wish to avoid is that it should be admitted in a form which makes it unmeaning, and of this there is perhaps some danger. We do not want the reader to say, "Oh yes, of course, relativity of knowledge. Everything is a state of consciousness," and so dismiss the question. If the reader believes that a steam engine, after it is made, is nothing but a state of the mind of the person or persons who have made it, or who are looking at it, we do not hold what we feel tempted to call such a silly doctrine, and would point out to those who do hold it that, at all events, the engine is a very different state of mind after it is made to what it was before. Again, we do not want the reader to say, "Certainly, every object or end which I propose to myself is as such a mere state of my mind. It is a thought in my head, or a state of me, and so when it becomes real, I become real." Because though it is very true that my thought, as my thought, cannot exist apart from me thinking it, and therefore my proposed ends must, as such, be a state of me, yet this is not what we are driving at. All my ends are my thoughts. but all my thoughts are not my ends. And if what we mean by self-realization was that I have in my head the idea of any future external event, then I should realize myself practically when I see that the engine is going to run off the line, and it does so. A desired object, as desired, is a thought, and my thought, but it is something more, and that something more is, in short, that it is desired by me. And we ought, by right, before we go further, to exhibit a theory of desire. But if we could do that, we could not stop to do it. However, we say with confidence that in desire, what is desired must in all cases be self. If we could accept the theory that the end or motive is always the idea of a pleasure or pain of our own, which is associated with the object presented, and which is that in the object which moves us, and the only thing which does move us, then from such a view it would follow at once that all we can aim at is a state of ourselves. We cannot, however, accept the theory, since we believe it both to ignore and to be contrary to facts, but, though we do not admit that the motive is always, or in most cases, the idea of a state of our feeling self, yet we think it is clear that nothing moves unless it be desired, and that what is desired is ourself. For all objects or ends have been associated with our satisfaction, or, more correctly, have been felt in and as ourselves, or we have felt ourselves therein. And the only reason why they move us now is that when they are presented to our minds as motives, we do now feel ourselves asserted or affirmed in them. The essence of desire for an object would thus be the feeling of our affirmation in the idea of something not ourself, felt against the feelings of ourself, as without the object, void and negated. And it is the tension of this relation which produces motion. If so, then nothing is desired except that which is identified with ourselves, and we can aim at nothing except so far as we aim at ourselves in it. But passing by the above, which we cannot here expound, and which we lay no stress on, we think that the reader will probably go with us so far as this, that in desire, what we want, so far as we want it, is ourselves in some form, or is some state of ourselves, and that our wanting anything else would be psychologically inexplicable. Let us take this for granted, then. But is this what we mean by self-realization? Is the conclusion that, in trying to realize, we try to realize some state of ourself, all that we are driving at? No. The self we try to realize is for us a whole. It is not a mere collection of states. If we may presuppose in the reader a belief in the doctrine that what is wanted is a state of self, we wish, standing upon that, to urge further that the whole self is present in its states, and that therefore the whole self is the object named at, and this is what we mean by self-realization. If a state of self is what is desired, can you, we wish to ask, have states of self which are states of nothing? Can you possibly succeed in regarding the self as a collection, or stream, or train, or series, or aggregate? If you cannot, think of it as a mere one. You can, on the other hand, think of it as a mere many, as mere ones, or are you not driven, whether you wish it or not, to regard it as a one in many, or a many in one? Are we not forced to look on the self as a whole, which is not merely the sum of its parts, not yet some other particular beside them? And must we not say that to realize self is always to realize a whole, and that the question in morals is to find the true whole, realizing which will practically realize the true self? This is the question which to the end of this volume we shall find ourselves engaged on. For the present, turning our attention away from it in this form, and contenting ourselves with the proposition that to realize is to realize self. Let us now, apart from questions of psychology or metaphysics, see what ends they are in fact, which living men do propose to themselves, and whether these do not take the form of a whole. Upon this point, there is no need, I think, to dwell at any length, for it seems clear that if we ask ourselves what it is we should most wish for, we find some general wish, which would include and imply our particular wishes. And if we turn to life, we see that no man has disconnected particular ends. He looks beyond the moment, beyond this or that circumstance or position. His ends are subordinated to wider ends. Each situation is seen, consciously or unconsciously, as part of a broader situation, and in this or that act he is aiming at and realizing some larger whole, which is not real in any particular act as such, and yet is realized in the body of acts which carry it out. We need not stop here, because the existence of larger ends, which embrace smaller ends, cannot be doubted. And so far we may say that the self we realize is identified with wholes, or that the ideas of the states of self we realize are associated with ideas that stand for wholes. But is it also true that these larger wholes are included in one whole? I think that it is. I am not forgetting that we act as a rule, not from principle or with the principle before us, and I wish the reader not to forget that the principle may be there and may be our basis or goal without our knowing anything about it. And here, of course, I am not saying that it has occurred to everyone to ask himself whether he aims at a whole, and what that is, because considerable reflection is required for this, and the amount need not have been reached. Nor again am I saying that every man's actions are consistent, that he does not wander from his end, and that he has not particular ends which will not come under his main end. Nor further do I assert that the life of every man does form a whole, that in some men there are not coordinated ends, which are incompatible and incapable of subordination into a system. What I am saying is that if the life of the normal man be inspected, and the ends he has in view as exhibited in his acts be considered, they will, roughly speaking, be embraced in one main end or whole of ends. It has been said that every man has a different notion of happiness, but this is scarcely correct, unless mere detail be referred to. Certainly, however, every man has a notion of happiness, and his notion, though he may not quite know what it is. Most men have a life which they live, and with which they are tolerably satisfied. And that life, when examined, is seen to be fairly systematic. It is seen to be a sphere including spheres, the lower spheres subordinating themselves and qualifying particular actions, and themselves subordinated to and qualified by the whole. And most men have more or less of an ideal life, a notion of perfect happiness, which is never quite attained in real life. And if you take, not of course anyone but the normal, decent, and serious man, when he has been long enough in the world to know what he wants, you will find that his notion of perfect happiness or ideal life is not something straggling, as it were, and discontinuous, but is brought before the mind as an unity, and if imagined more in detail, is a system where particulars subserve one whole. Without further dwelling on this, I will ask the reader to reflect whether the ends proposed to themselves by ordinary persons are not wholes, and are not in the end members in a larger whole. And if that be so, whether, since it is so, and since all we can want must, as before stated, be ourselves, we must not now say that we aim not only at the realization of self, but of self as a whole, seeing that there is a general object of desire with which self is identified, or, on another view, with the idea of which the idea of our pleasure is associated. Up to the present, we have been trying to point out that what we aim at is self, and self as a whole. In other words, that self as a whole is, in the end, the content of our wills. It will still further, perhaps, tend to clear the matter if we refer to the form of the will, not, of course, suggesting that the form is anything real apart from the content. On this head, we are obliged to restrict ourselves to the assertion of what we believe to be fact. We remarked in our last essay that in saying, "I will this or that," we really mean something. In saying it, we do not mean, at least not as a rule, to distinguish a self that wills from a self that does not will. But what we do mean is to distinguish the self, as will in general, from this or that object of desire, at the same time, to identify the two, to say this or that is willed, or the will has uttered itself in this or that. The will is looked on as a whole, and there are two sides or factors to that whole. Let us consider an act of will, and, that we may see more clearly, let us take a deliberate, volitional choice. We have conflicting desires, say A and B. We feel two tensions, two drawings, so to speak. But we cannot actually affirm ourselves in both. Action does not follow, and we reflect on the two objects of desire, and we are aware that we are reflecting on them, or, if our language allowed us to say it, over them. But we do not merely stand looking on till, so to speak, we find we are gone in one direction, have closed with A or B, for we are aware, besides of ourselves, not simply as something theoretically above A and B, but as something also practically above them, as a concentration, which is not one or the other, but which is the possibility of either. Which is the inner side indifferently of an act which should realize A, or one which should realize B, and hence which is neither, and yet is superior to both. In short, we do not simply feel ourselves in A and B, but have distinguished ourselves from both as what is above both. This is one factor in volition, and it is hard to find any name better for it than that of the universal factor or side or moment. We need say much less about the second factor. In order to will, we must will something. The universal side by itself is not will at all. To will, we must identify ourselves with this, that, or the other, and here we have the particular side and the second factor in volition. Thirdly, the volition as a whole, and first, as a whole, is it volition, is the identity of both those factors, and the projection or carrying of it out into external existence, the realization both of the particular side, the this or that to be done, and the realization of the inner side of self in the doing of it, with a realization of self in both, as is proclaimed by the feeling of pleasure. This unity of the two factors we may call the individual whole, or again the concrete universal, and although we are seldom conscious of the distinct factors, yet every act of will be seen, when analyzed, to be a whole of this kind, and so to realize what is always the nature of the will. But to what end have we made this statement? Our object has been to draw the attention of the reader to the fact that not only what is willed by men, the end they set before themselves, is a whole, but also that the will itself looked at apart from any particular object or content is a similar whole, or, to put it in its proper order, the self is realized in a whole of ends because it is a whole, and because it is not satisfied till it has found itself, till content be adequate to form, and that content be realized, and this is what we mean by practical self-realization. Realize yourself as a whole, is the result of the foregoing. The reader, I fear, may be wearied already by these prefatory remarks, but it will be better in the end if we delay yet longer. All we know at present is that we are to realize self as a whole, but as to what whole it is, we know nothing, and must further consider. The end we desire, to repeat it, is the finding and processing of ourselves as a whole. We aim at this both in theory and practice. What we want in theory is to understand the object. We want neither to remove nor alter the world of sensuous fact, but we want to get at the truth of it. The whole of science takes it for granted that the not ourselves is really intelligible. It stands and falls with this assumption. So long as our theory strikes on the mind as strange and alien, so long do we say we have not found truth. We feel the impulse to go beyond and beyond. We alter and alter our views till we see them as a consistent whole. There we rest, because then we have found the nature of our own mind and the truth of facts in one. And in practice again, with a difference, we have that same want. Here our aim is not leaving the given as it is, to find the truth of it, but here we want to force the sensuous fact to correspond to the truth of ourselves. We say, my sensuous existence is thus, but I truly am not thus, I am different. On the one hand, as a matter of fact, I and my existing world are discrepant. On the other hand, the instinct of my nature tells me that the world is mine. On that impulse, I act, I alter, and alter the sensuous facts, till I find in them nothing but myself carried out. Then I possess my world, and I do not possess it until I find my will in it. And I do not find that until what I have is a harmony or a whole in system. Both in theory and practice, my end is to realize myself as a whole. But is this all? Is a consistent view all that we want in theory? Is a harmonious life all that we want in practice? Certainly not. A doctrine must not only hold together, but it must hold the facts together as well. We cannot rest in it simply because it does not contradict itself. The theory must take in the facts, and an ultimate theory must take in all the facts. So again, in practice, it is no human ideal to lead the life of an oyster. We have no right first to find out just what we happen to be and to have, and then to contract our wants to that limit. We cannot do it if we would, and morality calls to us that if we try to do it, we are false to ourselves. Against the sensuous facts around us and within us, we must forever attempt to widen our empire. We must at least try to go forward, or we shall certainly be driven back. So, self-realization means more than the mere assertion of the self as a whole. And here we may refer to two principles which Kant put forward under the names of homogeneity and specification. Not troubling ourselves with our relation to Kant, we may say that the ideal is neither to be perfectly homogeneous, nor simply to be specified to the last degree, but rather to combine both these elements. Our true being is not the extreme of unity, nor of diversity, but the perfect identity of both. And realize yourself does not mean merely be a whole, but be an infinite whole. At this word, I am afraid the reader who has not yet despaired of us will come to a stop and refuse to enter into the region of nonsense. But why should it be nonsense? When the poet and the preacher tell us the mind is infinite, most of us feel that it is so. And has our science really come to this? That the beliefs which answer to our highest feelings must be theoretical absurdities? Should not the philosophy which tells us such a thing be very sure of the ground it goes upon? But if the reader will follow me, I think I can show him that the mere finitude of the mind is a more difficult thesis to support than its infinity. It would be well if I could ask the reader to tell me what he means by finite. As that cannot be, I must say that finite is limited or ended. To be finite is to be someone among others, someone which is not others. One finite ends where the other finite begins. It is bounded from the outside and cannot go beyond itself without becoming something else, and thereby perishing. The mind, we are told, is finite, and the reason why we say it is finite is that we know it is finite. The mind knows that itself is finite. This is the doctrine we have to oppose. We answer, the mind is not finite, just because it knows it is finite. The knowledge of the limit suppresses the limit. It is a flagrant self-contradiction that the finite should know its own finitude, and it is not hard to make this plain. Finite means limited from the outside and by the outside. The finite is to know itself as this, or not as finite. If its knowledge ceases to fall wholly within itself, then so far it is not finite. It knows that it is limited from the outside and by the outside, and that means it knows the outside. But if so, then it is so far not finite. If its whole being fell within itself, then in knowing itself it could not know that there was anything outside itself. It does do the latter, hence the former supposition is false. Imagine a man shut up in a room who said to us, "My faculties are entirely confined to the inside of this room. The limit of the room is the limit of my mind, and so I can have no knowledge whatsoever of the outside." Should we not answer, "My dear sir, you contradict yourself. If it were as you say, you could not know of an outside, and so, by consequence, not of an inside as such. You should be in earnest and go through with your doctrine of relativity." To the above simple argument, I fear we may not have done justice. However that be, I know of no answer to it, and until we find one, we must say that it is not true that the mind is finite. End of section 94. Section 95 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by G. Kent, The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Francis Herbert Bradley, Ethical Studies. If I am to realize myself, it must be as infinite. And now the question is, what does infinite mean? And it will be better to say first what it does not mean. There are two wrong views on the subject, which we will take one at a time. 1. Infinite is not finite, and that means endless. What does endless mean? Not the mere negation of end, because a mere negation is nothing at all, and infinite would thus equal 0. The endless is something positive. It means a positive quantity which has no end. Any given number of units is finite, but a series of units, which is produced indefinitely, is infinite. This is the sense of infinite which is in most common use, and which, we shall see, is what hedonism believes in. It is, however, clear that this infinite is a perpetual self-contradiction, and, so far as it is real, is only finite. Any real quantity has ends, beyond which it does not go. Increase the quantity merely says, put the end further off. But in saying that, it does say, put the end. Increase the quantity forever means have forever a finite quantity and forever say that it is not finite. In other words, remove the end does imply, by that very removal and the production of the series, the making of a fresh end, so that we still have a finite quantity. Here, so far as the infinite exists, it is finite. So far as it is told to exist, it is told again to be nothing but finite. 2, or secondly, the infinite is not the finite, no longer in the sense of being more in quantity, but in the sense of being something else which is different in quality. The infinite is not in the world of limited things. It exists in a sphere of its own. The mind, e.g., is something beside the aggregate of its states. God is something beside the things of this world. This is the infinite believed in by abstract duty. But here once more, against its will, infinite comes to mean merely finite. The infinite is a something over against, besides, and outside the finite, and hence is itself also finite, because limited by something else. In neither of these two senses is the mind infinite. What then is the true sense of infinite? As before, it is the negation of the finite. It is not finite. But unlike both the false infinities, it does not leave the finite as it is. It neither with one says the finite is to be not finite, nor with two tries to get rid of it by doubling it. It does really negate the finite, so that the finite disappears, not by having a negative set over it against it, but by being taken up into a higher unity, in which, becoming an element, it ceases to have its original character, and is both suppressed and preserved. The infinite is thus the unity of the finite and infinite. The finite was determined from the outside, so that everywhere to characterize and distinguish it was in fact to divide it. Wherever you defined anything, you were at once carried beyond to something else and something else. And this is because the negative required for distinction was an outside other. In the infinite, you can distinguish without dividing, for this is an unity holding within itself subordinated factors which are negative of and so distinguishable from each other, while at the same time the whole is so present in each that each has its own being in its opposite and depends on that relation for its own life. The negative is also its affirmation. Thus the infinite has a distinction and so a negation in itself, but is distinct from and negated by nothing but itself. Far from being one something which is not another something, it is a whole in which both one and the other are mere elements. This whole is hence relative, utterly and through, but the relation does not fall outside it. The relatives are moments in which it is the relation of itself to itself, and so is above the relation and is absolute reality. The finite is relative to something else. The infinite is self-related. It is this sort of infinite which the mind is. The simplest symbol of it is the circle, the line which returns into itself, not the straight line produced indefinitely. And the readiest way to find it is to consider the satisfaction of desire. There we have myself and its opposite, and the return from the opposite, the finding in the other nothing but self. And here it would be well to recall what we said above on the form of the will. If the reader, to whom this account of the infinite is new, has found it in any way intelligible, I think he will see that there is some sense in it when we say, realize yourself as an infinite whole, or, in other words, be specified in yourself, but not specified by anything foreign to yourself. But the objection comes, morality tells us to progress. It tells us we are not concluded in ourselves, nor perfect, but that there exists a not ourself, which never does wholly become ourself. And apart from morality, it is obvious that I and you, this man and the other man, are finite beings. We are not one another. More or less, we must limit each other's sphere. I am what I am more or less by external relations, and I do not fall wholly within myself. Thus I am to be infinite, to have no limit from the outside, and yet I am one among others, and therefore am finite. It is all very well to tell me that in me there is infinity, the perfect identity of subject and object, that I may be willing perhaps to believe, but none the less than I am finite. We admit the full force of the objection. I am finite. I am both infinite and finite. And that is why my moral life is a perpetual progress. I must progress, because I have an other which is to be, and yet never quite is, myself, and so, as I am in a state of contradiction. It is not that I wish to increase the mere quantity of my true self. It is that I wish to be nothing but my true self, to be rid of all external relations, to bring them all within me, and so to fall wholly within myself. I am to be perfectly homogeneous, but that I cannot be unless fully specified, and the question is, how can I be extended so as to take in my external relations? Goethe, footnote, immer streb zum Ganzen, und kannst du selber kein Ganzes werden, als Denis glitz schließen an Ganzes dichen. Wir Jahrzehnten 45, has said, be a whole or join a whole. But to that we must answer, you cannot be a whole unless you join a whole. The difficulty is, being limited and so not a whole, how extend myself so as to be a whole? The answer is, be a member in a whole. Here, your private self, your finitude, ceases as such to exist. It becomes the function of an organism. You must be not a mere piece of, but a member in a whole, and as this must know and will yourself. The whole to which you belong specifies itself in the detail of its functions, and yet remains homogeneous. It lives not many lives, but one life, and yet cannot live except in its many members. Just so, each one of the members is alive, but not apart from the whole which lives in it. The organism is homogeneous because it is specified, and specified because it is homogeneous. But, it will be said, what is that to me? I remain one member, and I am not other members. The more perfect the organism, the more it is specified, and so much the intenser becomes its homogeneity. But its more means my less. The unity falls in the whole, and so outside me, and the greater specification of the whole means the making me more special, more narrowed and limited, and less developed within myself. We answer that this leaves out of sight a fact quite palpable and of enormous significance, viz., that in the moral organism, the members are aware of themselves, and aware of themselves as members. I do not know myself as mere this against something else which is not myself. The relation of the others to me are not mere external relations. I know myself as a member. That means I am aware of my own function, but it means also that I am aware of the whole as specifying itself in me. The will of the whole knowingly wills itself in me. The will of the whole is the will of the members, and so in willing my own function, I do know that the others will themselves in me. I do know again that I will myself in the others, and in them find my will once more as not mine, and yet as mine. It is false that the homogeneity falls outside me. It is not only in me, but for me too, and apart from my life in it, my knowledge of it and devotion to it, I am not myself. When it goes out, my heart goes out with it. Where it triumphs, I rejoice. Where it is maimed, I suffer. Separate me from the love of it, and I perish. No doubt, the distinction of separate selves remains, but the point is this. In morality, the existence of my mere private self as such is something which ought not to be, and which, so far as I am moral, has already ceased. I am morally realized, not until my personal self has utterly ceased to be my exclusive self, is no more a will which is outside others' wills, but finds in the world of others nothing but self. Realize yourself as an infinite whole means realize yourself as the self-conscious member of an infinite whole by realizing that whole in yourself. When that whole is truly infinite, and when your personal will is wholly made one with it, then you also have reached the extreme of homogeneity and specification in one, and have attained a perfect self-realization. The foregoing will, we hope, become clear to the reader of this volume. He must consider what has been said so far as the text, which the sequel is to illustrate and work out in detail. Meanwhile, our aim has been to put forward the formula of self-realization, and in some measure to explain it. The following essays will furnish, we hope, something like a commentary and justification. We shall see that the self to be realized is not the self as a collection of particulars, is not the universal as all the states of a certain feeling, and that it is not again an abstract universal as the form of duty, that neither are in harmony with life, with the moral consciousness, or with themselves, that when the self is identified with and wills and realizes a concrete universal, a real totality, then first does it find itself is satisfied, self-determined, and free. The free will that wills itself as the free will. Let us resume, then, the results of the present essay. We have attempted to show 1. That the formula of what for must be rejected by every ethical doctrine as not universally valid, and that hence no one theory can gain the smallest advantage, except over the foolish, by putting it forward. That now for us, as it was for Hellas, the main question is, there being some end, what is that end? And 2, with which second part, if it fall, the first need not fall, we have endeavored briefly to point out that the final end with which morality is identified, or under which it is included, can be expressed not otherwise than by self-realization. End of section 95. Section 96 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by G. Kent. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Thomas Hill Green. Thomas Hill Green, 1836 to 1882. Prolegomena to Ethics. Footnote: Oxford Clarendon Press, 1883, 4th edition, Ib. 1899. Book 2. The Moral Ideal and Moral Progress. Chapter 2. Characteristics of the Moral Ideal. A. The personal character of the moral ideal. Let us pause here to take stock of the conclusions so far arrived at. It will be convenient to state them in dogmatic form, begging the reader to understand that this form is adopted to save time and does not betoken undue assurance on the part of the writer. Through certain media, and under certain consequent limitations, but with the constant characteristic of self-consciousness and self-objectification, the one divine mind gradually reproduces itself in the human soul. In virtue of this principle, in him man has definite capabilities, the realization of which, since in it alone he can satisfy himself, forms his true good. They are not realized, however, in any life that can be observed, in any life that has been, or is, or, as it would seem, that can be lived by man as we know him. And for this reason, we cannot say with any adequacy what the capabilities are. Yet, because the absence of man's spiritual endowment is the consciousness of having it, the idea of his having such capabilities, and of a possible better state of himself, consisting in their further realization, is a moving influence in him. It has been the parent of these institutions and usages, of the social judgments and aspirations, through which human life has been so far bettered, through which man has so far realized his capabilities, and marked out the path that he must follow in their further realization. As his true good is or would be their complete realization, so his goodness is proportionate to his habitual responsiveness to the idea of there being such a true good in the various forms of recognized duty and beneficent work in which that idea has so far taken shape among men. In other words, it consists in the direction of the will to objects determined for it by this idea as operative in the person willing, which direction of the will we may, upon the grounds stated, fitly call its determination by reason. Our next step should be to explain further how it is that the idea in man of a possible better state of himself, consisting in a further realization of his capabilities, has been the moralizing agent in human life, how it has yielded our moral standards, loyalty to which, itself the product of the same idea, is the condition of goodness in the individual. Before we attempt this explanation, however, it will be well to clear up an ambiguity which will probably be thought to lurk in the doctrine already advanced. We have spoken of a certain divine principle as the ground of human will and reason, as realizing itself in man, as having capabilities of which the full development would constitute the perfection of human life, of direction to objects contributory to this perfection as characteristic of a good will. But what, it will be asked, is to be understood in regard to the relation of this divine principle to the will and reason of individuals? Does it realize itself in persons, in you and me, or in some impersonal humanity? Do the capabilities spoken of admit of fulfillment in individuals? Or is the perfection of human life some organization of society in which the individual is a perfectly adjusted means to an end which he is not in himself? Until these questions have been dealt with, a suspicion may fairly be entertained that we have been playing fast and loose with the conception of man as in himself an end to himself. We have been taking advantage, it may be said, of a speculation in regard to the development of the human race, in which it is quite a different thing from what is naturally understood by a moral progress of the individual, to justify a theory which that speculation, fairly interpreted, tends rather to invalidate. The theory we want to maintain is one that would found a supposed duty and a supposed possible effort on the part of the individual to make himself better, upon an ideal in him of a possible moral perfection, upon a conception actuating him of something that he may possibly become as an absolute end in himself. Does not the belief in a development of the human race, which individuals indeed unwittingly promote but perish in promoting, logically involve the complete negation of such a theory? It is clearly of the very essence of the doctrine above advanced that the divine principle, which we suppose to be realizing itself in man, should be supposed to realize itself in persons as such. But for reflection on our personality, on our consciousness of ourselves as objects to ourselves, we could never dream of there being such a self-realizing principle at all, whether as implied in the world or in ourselves. It is only because we are consciously objects to ourselves that we can conceive of a world as an object to a single mind, and thus as a connected whole. It is the irreducibility of this self-objectifying consciousness to anything else, the impossibility of accounting for it as an effect, that compels us to regard it as the presence in us of the mind for which the world exists. To admit, therefore, that the self-realization of the divine principle can take place otherwise than in a consciousness which is an object to itself, would be in contradiction of the very ground upon which we believe that a divine principle does so realize itself in man. Personality, no doubt, is a term that has often been fought over without any very precise meaning being attached to it. If we mean anything else by it than the quality in a subject of being consciously an object to itself, we are not justified in saying that it necessarily belongs to God, and to any being in whom God in any measure reproduces or realizes himself. But whatever we mean by personality, and whatever difficulties may attach to the notion that a divine principle realizes itself through a qualifying medium in the persons of men, it is certain that we shall only fall in contradictions by substituting for persons, as the subject in which the divine self-realization takes place, any entity to which self-consciousness cannot intelligibly be ascribed. If it is impossible that the divine self-realization should be complete in such persons as we are, or can conceive ourselves coming to be, on the other hand, in the absence of self-objectification, which is at least the essential thing in personality, it cannot even be inchoate. This consideration has an important bearing upon certain ways of thinking or speaking in which we are apt to take refuge when, having adopted a theory of the moral life as the fulfillment in the human spirit of some divine idea, we are called upon to face the difficulty of stating whether and how the fulfillment is really achieved. Any life which the individual can possibly live is at best so limited by the necessities of his position that it seems impossible, on supposition, that a divine, self-realizing principle is at work in it, that it should be an adequate expression of such a principle, granted the most entire devotion of a man to the attainment of objects contributory to human perfection. The very condition of his effectually promoting that end is that the objects in which he is actually interested, and upon which he really exercises himself, should be of limited range. The idea, unexpressed and inexpressible, of some absolute and all-embracing end is, no doubt, the source of such devotion. But it can only take effect in the fulfillment of some particular function, in which it finds but restricted utterance. It is in fact only so far as we are members of a society of which we can conceive the common good as our own, that the idea has any practical hold on us at all, and this very membership implies confinement in our individual realization of the idea. Each has primarily to fulfill the duties of his station. His capacity for action beyond the range of those duties is definitely bounded, and with it is definitely bounded also his sphere of personal interests, his character, his realized possibility. No one so confined, it would seem, can exhibit all that the Spirit, working through and in him, properly and potentially is. Yet is not such confinement the condition of the only personality that we know? Is the condition of social life, and social life is to personality what language is to thought? Language presupposes thought as a capacity, but in us the capacity of thought is only actualized in language. So, human society presupposes persons in capacity, subjects capable each of conceiving himself and the bettering of his life as an end to himself. But it is only in the intercourse of men, each recognized by each as an end, not merely a means, and thus as having reciprocal claims, that the capacity is actualized, and that we really live as persons. If society then, as thus appears, is the condition of all development of our personality, and if the necessities of social life as alone we know or can conceive it put limits to our personal development, can we suppose it to be in persons that the spirit operative in men finds its full expression and realization? It is from this difficulty that we are apt to seek an escape by speaking as if the human spirit fulfilled its idea in the history or development of mankind, as distinct from the persons whose experiences constitute that history, or who are developed in that development. Whether in the achievements of great nations at special epochs of their history, or in some progress toward a perfect organization of society, of which the windings and back currents are too complex for it to be surveyed by us as a whole, but that we are only disguising the difficulty, not escaping it, by this manner of speech, we shall see upon reflecting that there can be nothing in a nation, however exalted its mission, or in a society, however perfectly organized, which is not in the persons composing the nation or the society. Our ultimate standard of worth is an ideal of personal worth. All other values are relative to value for, of, or in a person. To speak of any progress or improvement or development of a nation or society or mankind, except as relative to some greater worth of persons, is to use words without meaning. The saying that a nation is merely an aggregate of individuals is indeed fallacious, but mainly on account of the introduction of the emphatic merely. The fallacy lies in the implication that the individuals could be what they are, could have their moral and spiritual qualities independently of their existence in a nation. The notion is conveyed that they bring those qualities with them ready-made into the national existence, which thereupon results from their combination, while the truth is that, whatever moral capacity must be presupposed, it is only actualized through the habits, institutions, and laws in virtue of which the individuals form a nation. But it is nonetheless true that the life of the nation has no real existence except as the life of the individuals composing the nation, a life determined by their intercourse with each other and deriving its peculiar features from the conditions of that intercourse. Nor, unless we allow ourselves to play fast and loose with the terms spirit and will, can we suppose a national spirit and will to exist except as the spirit and will of individuals affected in a certain way by intercourse with each other and by the history of the nation, since it is only through its existence as our self-consciousness that we know anything of spirit at all. To hold that a spirit can exist except as a self-conscious subject is self-contradictory. A national spirit is not something in the air, nor is it a series of phenomena of a particular kind, nor yet is it God, the eternal spirit, or self-conscious subject which communicates itself, in measure and under conditions, to beings which through that communication become spiritual. It would seem that it could only mean one of two things, either A, some type of personal character, as at any time exhibited by individuals who are held together and personally modified by national ties and interests which they recognize as such, or B, such a type of personal character as we may suppose should result, according to the divine idea of the world, from the intercourse of individuals with each other under the influence of the common institution which make a particular nation, whether that type of character is actually attained or no. At any rate, a national spirit is held to be a form in which an eternal spirit, in the only sense in which we have reason to think there is such a thing, realizes itself. Then it can only have its being in persons, though in persons, of course, specially modified by the special conditions of their intercourse with each other. The degree of perfection of realization of their possibilities attained by these persons in the measure of the fulfillment which the idea of the human spirit attains in the particular national spirit. If the fulfillment of the idea is necessarily incomplete in them, it can be no more complete in the national spirit, which has no other existence as national than that which it has in them. A like criticism must apply to any supposition that the spirit which is in man could fulfill its capability, the capability which belongs to it as a self-realization of the eternal mind through the medium of an animal soul, in some history of mankind or some organization of society, except in respect of a state of personal being attained by the individuals who are subjects of the history or members of the society. It does not appear how any idea should express or realize itself in an endless series of events unless the series is relative to something beyond itself, which abides while it passes, and such a mere endless series the history of mankind must be, except so far as its results are gathered into the formation of the character of abiding persons. At any rate, the idea of a spirit cannot realize itself except in spirits. The human spirit cannot develop itself according to its idea except in self-conscious subjects, whose possession of the qualities, all implying self-consciousness, that are proper to such a spirit in measures gradually approximating to the realization of the idea, forms its development. The spiritual progress of mankind is thus an unmeaning phrase, unless it means a progress of personal character and to personal character, a progress of which feeling, thinking, and willing subjects are the agents and sustainers, and of which each step is a fuller realization of the capacities of such subjects. It is simply unintelligible unless understood to be in the direction of more perfect forms of personal life. There may be reasons to hold that there are capacities of the human spirit not realizable in persons under the conditions of any society that we know, or can positively conceive, or that may be capable of existing on the earth. Such a belief may be warranted by the consideration on the one hand of the promise which the Spirit gives of itself, both in its actual occasional achievement and in the aspirations of which we are individually conscious. On the other hand, of the limitations which the necessity of confinement to a particular social function seems to impose on individual attainment. We may, in consequence, justify the supposition that the personal life, which historically or on earth is lived under conditions which thwart its development, is continued in a society with which we have no means of communication through the senses, but which shares in and carries further every measure of perfection attained by men under the conditions of life that we know. Or we may content ourselves with saying that the personal, self-conscious being which comes from God is forever continued in God. Or we may pronounce the problem suggested by the constant spectacle of unfulfilled human promise to be simply insoluble. But meanwhile, the negative assurance at any rate must remain that a capacity which is nothing except as personal cannot be realized in any impersonal modes of being. End of section 96. Section 97 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by G. Kent, The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Thomas Hill Green. It is not, of course, to be denied that the facts of human life and history put abundant difficulties in the way of any theory whatever of human development, as from the less to the more perfect kind of life, in distinction from mere generalizations as to the nature of the changes which society has undergone. If it were not for certain demands of the spirit which is ourself, the notion of human progress could never occur to us. But these demands, having a common ground with the apprehension of facts, are not to be suppressed by it. They are an expression of the same principle of self-objectification without which, as we have seen, there could be no such thing as facts for us, for our consciousness at all. Their strength is illustrated by the persistency with which, in spite of the rebuff they forever seem to be receiving from observations of nature and history, they forever reassert themselves. It is the consciousness of possibilities in ourselves, unrealized but constantly in process of realization, that alone enables us to read the idea of development into what we observe of natural life, and to conceive that there must be such a thing as a plan of the world. That we can adjust all that we observe to this idea is plainly not the case. When we have traced processes of development in particular regions of organic life, we are scarcely nearer the goal. For, in order to satisfy the idea which sets upon us the search for development, we should be able to connect all particular processes of development with each other, the lower as subservient to the higher, and to view the world, including human history, as a whole throughout which there is a concerted fulfillment of capabilities. This we cannot do, but neither in our ability to do it, nor the appearance of positive inconsistency between much that we observe in any scheme of universal development can weaken the authority of the idea, which does not rest on the evidence of observation, but expresses an inward demand for the recognition of a unity in the world answering to the unity of ourselves, a demand involved in that self-consciousness, which, as we have seen, alone enables us to observe facts as such. The important thing is that we should not, in eagerness to reconcile the idea of development with facts known only bit by bit, and not in their real integrity, lose sight of the essential implications of the idea itself. Of these implications, one is the eternal realization for, or in, the eternal mind of the capacities gradually realized in time. Another is that the end of the process of development should be a real fulfillment of the capacities presupposed by the process. When we speak of any subject as in process of development according to some law, we must mean, if we so speak advisedly, that into which the subject is being developed already exists for some consciousness. We express the same thing by saying that the subject is something, in itself or potentially, which it has not yet in time actually become. And this again implies that in relation to some conscious being, it is eternally that which is some other relation it is in time coming to be. A state of life or consciousness not yet attained, but a subject capable of it in relation to that subject we say actually is not. But if there were no consciousness for which it existed, there would be no sense in saying that in possibility it is, for it would simply be nothing at all. Thus, when we speak of the human spirit being in itself or in possibility, something which is not yet realized in human experience, we mean that there is a consciousness for and in which this something really exists, though, on the other hand, for the consciousness which constitutes human experience, it exists only in possibility. It would not be enough to say a consciousness for which it really exists. That might merely mean that this undeveloped capability of the human spirit existed as an object of consciousness to the eternal mind, in the same way in which facts that I contemplate exist for me. Such a statement would suffice were the subject of development merely a natural organism. But when that which is being developed is itself a self-conscious subject, the end of its becoming must really exist not merely for, but in or as a self-conscious subject. There must be eternally such a subject which is all that the self-conscious subject, as developed in time, has the possibility of becoming, in which the idea of the human spirit, or all that it has in itself to become, is completely realized. This consideration may suggest the true notion of the spiritual relation in which we stand to God, that He is not merely a being who has made us in the sense that we exist as an object of the divine consciousness, in the same way in which we must suppose the system of nature so to exist, but that He is a being in whom we exist, with whom we are in principle one, with whom the human spirit is identical, in the sense that He is all which is the human spirit is capable of becoming. In regard to the other principle, which we have noticed as implied in the idea of development, that the end of the process of development should be a real fulfillment of the capacities presupposed by the process, it may be argued that, however indisputable, it can afford us little guidance in judging of the ultimate end to which any process of development is tending. In cases where end or function are matter of observation, and capacity or faculty are inferred from them, it has no application, and if it is to be available in other cases, we must have some means of ascertaining the nature of capacities independently of observation of the ends to which they are relative. But have we any such means? And in their absence, since the ultimate end of human progress must be beyond the reach of observation, are not our conclusions as to the capacities of men, which must be fulfilled in the course of human development, mere arbitrary guesswork? May it not turn out that what we have been regarding as permanent capacities of men, from which something might be inferred as to the end of human development, on the ground that this end must be such as really to fulfill them, are temporary phases of some unknown force working in we know not what direction, and that their end may be simply to disappear, having borne their part in the generation of unknowable future? To such questions we should reply as follows. We must be on our guard against lapsing into the notion that a process ad infinitum, a process not relative to an end, can be a process of development at all. If the history of mankind were simply a history of events of which each determines the next following, and so on in endless series, there would be no progress or development in it. As we cannot sum an infinite series, there would be nothing in the history of mankind so conceived to satisfy that demand for unity of the manifold in relation to an end, which alone leads us to read the idea of development into the course of human affairs. If there is a progress in the history of men, it must be toward an end consisting in a state of being which is not itself a series in time, but is both comprehended eternally in the eternal mind and is intrinsically or in itself eternal. Further, although any other capacity may be of a kind which, having done its work in contributing to the attainment of such a state of being, passes away in the process of its attainment, as the particular capacities of myriads of animals, their function fulfilled, pass away every hour, yet a capacity consisting in a self-conscious personality cannot be supposed so to pass away. It partakes of the nature of the eternal. It is not itself a series in time, for the series of time exists for it. We cannot believe in there being a real fulfillment of such a capacity in an end which should involve its extinction, because the conviction of there being an end in which our capacities are fulfilled is founded on our self-conscious personality, on the idea of an absolute value in a spirit which we ourselves are. And for the same reason we cannot believe that the capacities of men, capacities illustrated to us by the actual institutions of society, though they could not be so illustrated if we had not an independent idea of them, can be really fulfilled in a state of things in which any rational man should be treated merely as a means, and not as in himself an end. On the whole, our conclusions must be that, great as the difficulties which beset the idea of human development when applied to the facts of life, we do not escape them, but empty the idea of any real meaning, if we suppose the end of the development to be one in the attainment of which persons, agents who are ends to themselves, are extinguished, or one which is other than a state of self-conscious being, or one in which the reconciliation of the claims of persons, as each at once a means to the good of the other and an end to himself, already partially achieved in the higher forms of human society, is otherwise than completed. Meanwhile, as must constantly be borne in mind in saying that the human spirit can only realize itself, that the divine idea of man can only be fulfilled in and through persons, we are not denying but affirming that the realization and fulfillment can only take place in and through society. Without society, no persons. This is as true as that without persons, without self-objectifying agents, there could be no such society as we know. Such society is founded on the recognition by persons of each other, and their interest in each other as persons, i.e., as beings who are ends to themselves, who are consciously determined to action by the conception of themselves, as that for the sake of which they act. They are interested in each other as persons insofar as each, being aware that another presents his own self-satisfaction to himself as an object, finds satisfaction for himself in procuring or witnessing the self-satisfaction of the other. Society is founded on such mutual interest, in the sense that unless it were operative, however incapable of expressing itself in the abstract formulae, there would be nothing to lead to that treatment by one human being of another as an end, not merely as a means on which society, even in its narrowest and most primitive forms, must rest. There would be nothing to countervail the tendency, inherent in the self-asserting and self-seeking subject, to make every object he deals with, even an object of natural affection, a means to his own gratification. The combination of men, as isoi kei imoioi, for common ends would be impossible. Thus, except as between persons, each recognizing the other as an end in himself, and having the will to treat him as such, there can be no society. But the converse is equally true, that only through society, in the sense explained, is personality actualized. Only through society is any one enabled to give that effect to the idea of himself as the object of his actions, to the idea of a possible better state of himself, without which the idea would remain like that of space to a man who had not the senses either of sight or touch. Some practical recognition of personality by another of an I by a thou, and a thou by an I, is necessary to any practical consciousness of it, to any such consciousness of it as can express itself in act. On the origin of such recognition in the past we speculate in vain. To whatever primitive groupings as a matter of history or of imagination we can trace to our actual society, these must already imply it. But we know that we, who are born under an established system of family ties and of reciprocal rights and obligations sanctioned by the state, learn to regard ourselves as persons among other persons, because we are treated as such. From the dawn of intelligence, we are treated in one way or another as entitled to have a will of our own, to make ourselves the object of our actions, on condition of our practically recognizing the same title in others. All education goes on the principle that we are, or are to become, persons in this sense. And just as it is through the action of society that the individual comes at once practically to conceive his personality, his nature as an object to himself, and to conceive the same personality as belonging to others, so it is society that supplies all the higher content to this conception, all those objects of a man's personal interest in living for which he lives for his own satisfaction, except such as are derived from the merely animal nature. Thus it is equally true that the human spirit can only realize itself or fulfill its idea in persons, and that it can only do so through society, since society is the condition of the development of a personality. But the function of society being the development of persons, the realization of the human spirit in society can only be attained according to the measure in which that function is fulfilled. It does not follow from this that all persons must be developed in the same way. The very existence of mankind presupposes the distinction between the sexes, and as there is a necessary difference between their functions, there must be a corresponding difference between the modes in which the personality of men and women is developed. Again, though, we must avoid following the example of philosophers who have shown an a priori necessity for those class distinctions of their time which after ages have dispensed with. It would certainly seem as if distinctions of social position and power were necessarily incidental to the development of human personality. There cannot be this development without a recognized power of appropriating material things. This appropriation must vary in its effect according to talent and opportunity, and from that variation again must result in differences in the form which personality takes in different men. Nor does it appear how those reciprocal services which elicit the feeling of mutual dependence and thus promote the recognition by one man of another as an alter ego would be possible without different limitations of function and ability, which determine the range within which a man's personality develops, in other words, the scope of his personal interests. Thus, under any conditions possible, so far as can be seen for human society, one man who was the best that his position allowed would be very different from another who was the best that his position allowed. But in order that either may be good at all in the moral sense, i.e., intrinsically and not merely as a means, in order that the idea of the human spirit may be in any sense fulfilled in him, the fulfillment of that idea in some form or other, the contribution to human perfection in some way or other, must be the object in which he seeks self-satisfaction, the object for which he lives in living for himself. And it is only so far as this development and direction of personality is obtained for all who are capable of it, as presumably everyone who says I is capable, that human society, either in its widest comprehension or in any of its particular groups, can be held to fulfill its function, to realize its idea as it is in God. End of section 97. Section 98 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by G. Kent. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Thomas Hill Green. B. The formal character of the moral ideal or law. Having thus endeavored to explain the relation in which the development of the human race must stand to the personal perfection of individuals, we return to the problem which was postponed to make way for that explanation. We have seen how there is a real identity between the end for which the good man consciously lives, the end of fulfilling in some way his rational capacity, or the idea of a best that is in him, and the end to which human development, if there is such a thing, must be eternally relative in the eternal mind. It may be no more than such an identity as there is between the mere consciousness that there is an object and the consciousness of what the object is. More precisely, it may be no more than the identity between the idea that a man has, in virtue of his rational capacity, of something he knows not what, which he may and should become, and the idea, perfectly articulated and defined in the divine consciousness, of a state of being in which the capacities of all men are fully realized. But the idea as it is in the individual man, however indefinite and unfulfilled, is a communication in germ or principle of the idea as it is in God, and the communication is the medium through which the idea as in God determines the progressive development of human capacities in time. Alike as in God, as communicated in principle to men, and as realizing itself by means of that communication in a certain development of human capacities, the idea can have its being only in a personal, i.e., a self-objectifying consciousness. From the mere idea in a man, however, of something he knows not what, which he may and should become, to the actual practice which is counted morally good, it may naturally seem a long step. We have therefore to explain in further detail how such an idea, gradually taking form and definiteness, has been the moralizing agent in human life, yielding our moral standards and introducing obedience to them. Supposing such an idea to be operative in man, what must be the manner of its operation? It will keep before him an object which he presents to himself as absolutely desirable, but which is other than any particular object of desire. Of this object it can never be possible for him to give a sufficient account, because it consists in the realization of capabilities which can only be fully known in their ultimate realization. At the same time, because it is the fulfillment of himself, of that which he has in him to be, it will excite an interest in him like no other interest, different in kind from any of his desires and aversions except such as are derived from it. It will be an interest as in an object conceived to be of unconditional value, one of which the value does not depend on any desire that the individual may at any time feel for it, or for anything else, or on any pleasure that, either in its pursuit or in its attainment, or as its results, he may experience. The conception of its desirableness will not arise, like the conception of the desirableness of any pleasure, from previous enjoyment of it, or from reflection on the desire for it. On the contrary, the desire for the object will be founded on a conception of its desirableness as a fulfillment of the capabilities of which a man is conscious in being conscious of himself. In such men, and at such times as a desire for it does actually arise, a desire in that sense which implies that the man puts himself forth for the realization of the desired object, it will express itself in their imposition on themselves of rules requiring something to be done irrespectively of any inclination to do it, irrespectively of any desired end to which it is a means, other than this end which is desired because conceived as absolutely desirable. With the men in whom, and at the times when, there is no such desire, the consciousness of there being something absolutely desirable will still be a qualifying element in life. It will yield a recognition of those unconditional rules of conduct to which, from the prevalence of unconformable passions, it fails to produce actual obedience. It will give meaning to the demand, without which there is no morality, and in which all morality is virtually involved, that something be done merely for the sake of its being done, because it is a consciousness of the possibility of an action in which no desire shall be gratified, but the desire excited by the idea of the act itself, as of something absolutely desirable, in the sense that in it the man does the best that he has in him to do. But, granted the conception of an unconditional good for man, with unconditional rules of conduct which it suggests, what in particular will those rules enjoin? We have said that man can never give sufficient account of what his unconditional good is, because he cannot know what his capabilities are till they are realized. This is the explanation of the infirmity that has always been found to attach to attempted definitions of the moral ideal. They are always open to the charge that there is employed in the definition, openly or disguisedly, the very notion which profession is made of defining. If on being asked for an account of the unconditional good, we answer either that it is the good will, or that to which the good will is directed, we are naturally asked further, what then is the good will? And if in answer to this question we can only say that it is the will for the unconditional good, we are no less naturally charged with moving in a circle. We do but slightly disguise the circular process without escaping from it, if, instead of saying directly that the good will is the will for the unconditional good, we say that it is the will to conform to a universal law for its own sake, or because it is conceived as a universal law, for the recognition of the authority of such a universal law must be founded on the conception of its relation to an unconditional good. It is one of the attractions of hedonistic utilitarianism that it seems to avoid this logical embarrassment. If we say that the unconditional good is pleasure, and that the good will is that which in its effects turns out to produce most pleasure on the whole, we are certainly not chargeable with assuming in either definition the idea to be defined. We are not at once explaining the unconditional good by reference to the good will, and the good will by reference to the unconditional good. But we only avoid doing so by taking the good will to be relative to something external to itself, to have its value only as a means to an end wholly alien to and different from goodness itself. Upon this view, the perfect man would not be an end in himself. A perfect society of men would not be an end in itself. Man or society would alike be only perfect in relation to the production of feelings which are felt, with whatever difference of quantity, by good men and bad, by man and brute indifferently. By such a theory, we do not avoid the logical embarrassment attending the definition of a moral ideal, for it is not a moral ideal in the sense naturally attached to that phrase that we are defining at all. By a moral ideal, we mean some type of man or character or personal activity considered as an end in itself. But, according to the theory of hedonistic utilitarianism, no such type of man or character or personal activity is an end in itself at all. It may not follow that the theory is false on this account. That is a point which would have to be considered in a full critical discussion of hedonism. What has to be noticed here is that such a theory is not available for our purpose. It affords no help when once we have convinced ourselves that man can only be an end to himself, that consequently it is only in himself as he may become in a complete realization of what he has it in him to be, in his perfect character, that he can find satisfaction, that in this there alone can lie his unconditional good. When we are seeking for a definition of the moral ideal in accordance with this view, we should be aware what we are about. It is as well to confess at once that when we are giving an account of an agent whose development is governed by an ideal of his own perfection, we cannot avoid speaking of one and the same condition of will alternately as means and as end. The goodness of the will of man as a means must be described as lying in direction to that same goodness as an end. For the end is that full self-conscious realization of capabilities to which the means lies in the self-conscious exercise of the same capabilities, an exercise of them in imperfect realization, but under the governing idea of the desirability of their fuller realization. If we had knowledge of what their fuller realization would be, we might so describe it as to distinguish it from that exercise of them in less complete development, which is the means to that full realization. We might thus distinguish the perfection of man as end from his goodness, as means to the end, though the perfection would be in principle identical with the goodness, differing from it only as the complete from the incomplete. But we have no such knowledge of the full realization. We know it only according to the measure of what we have so far done, or are doing for its attainment. And this is to say that we have no knowledge of the perfection of man as the unconditional good, but that which we have of his goodness or the good will, in the form which it has assumed as means to, or in the effort after, the unconditional good, a good which is not an object of speculative knowledge to man, but of which the idea, the conviction of there being such a thing, is the influence through which his life is directed to its attainment. It is therefore not an illogical procedure, because it is the only procedure suited to the matter in hand, to say that the goodness of man lies in devotion to the ideal of humanity, and then the ideal of humanity consists in the goodness of man. It means that such an ideal not yet realized, but operating as a motive, already constitutes in man an inchoate form of that life, that perfect development of himself, of which the completion would be the realized ideal itself. Now, in relation to a nature such as ours, having other impulses than those which draw to the ideal, this ideal becomes, in Kant's language, an imperative, and a categorical imperative. It will command something to be done universally and unconditionally, irrespectively of whether there is in any one, at any time, an inclination to do it. But when we ask ourselves what it is that this imperative commands to be done, we are met with just the same difficulty as when asked to define the moral ideal or the unconditional good. We can only say that the categorical imperative commands us to obey the categorical imperative, and to obey it for its own sake, if not merely for practical purposes, but as a matter of speculative certainty. We identify its injunction with any particular duty. Circumstances will be found upon which the bindingness of that duty is contingent, and the too hasty identification of the categorical imperative with it will issue in a suspicion that, after all, there is no categorical imperative, no absolute duty at all. After the explanations just given, however, we need not shrink from asserting as the basis of morality an unconditional duty, which yet is not a duty to do anything unconditionally, except to fulfill that unconditional duty. It is the duty of realizing an ideal, which cannot be adequately defined till it is realized, and which, when realized, would no longer present itself as a source of duties, because the should be would be exchanged for the is. This is the unconditional ground of those particular duties to do or to forbear doing, which in the effort of the social man to realize his ideal have come so far to be recognized as binding, but which are each in some way or other conditional, because relative to particular circumstances, however wide the range of circumstances may be to which they are relative. At the same time, then, that the categorical imperative can enjoin nothing without liability to exception, but disinterested obedience to itself, it will have no lack of definite content. The particular duties which it enjoins will at least be all those in the practice of which, according to the hitherto experience of men, some progress is made toward the fulfillment of man's capabilities or some condition necessary to that progress is satisfied. We say it will enjoin these at least, because particular duties must be constantly arising out of it for the individual, for which no formula can be found before they arise, and which are thus extraneous to the recognized code. Everyone, however, of the duties which the law of the state or the law of opinion recognizes must in some way be relative to circumstances. The rule, therefore, in which it is conveyed, though stated in the most general terms compatible with real significance, must still admit of exceptions. Yet is there a true sense in which the whole system of such duties is unconditionally binding. It is so as an expression of the absolute imperative to seek the absolutely desirable, the idea of humanity, the fulfillment of man's vocation, because an expression, though an incomplete one, of this absolute imperative, because a product of the effort after such an unconditional good, the requirements of conventional morality, however liable they may be to exceptions, arising out of circumstances other than those to which they are properly applicable, are at least liable to no exception for the sake of the individual's pleasure, as against any desire, but some form or other of that desire for the best in conduct, which will, no doubt, from time to time suggest new duties in seeming conflict with the old, against any desire for this or that pleasure, or any aversion from this or that pain. They are unconditionally binding. End of section 98.
Section 99 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. James Martineau, 1805 through 1900, Part 1. Types of Ethical Theory. Footnote. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1885. Second Revised Edition, 1886. Third Revised Edition, 1891. End of footnote. Book 1. Ideo-Psychological Ethics. Chapter 1. Fundamental Ethical Fact. The broad fact, stated in its unanalyzed form, of which we have to find the interpretation, is this, that distinctively, as men, we have an irresistible tendency to approve and disapprove, to pass judgments of right and wrong. Wherever approbation falls, there we cannot help recognizing merit, wherever disapprobation, demerit. To the former we are impelled to assign honor and such external good as may express our sympathy, and to feel that no less than this is due. To the latter we award disgrace and such external ill as may mark our antipathy, with the consciousness that we are not only entitled but constrained to this infliction. So habitual is this manner of thinking that the very word in which we sum up its contents, the word morals, means habits, customs, and so does the Greek word ethics, and so the German, sitten. These terms, no doubt, might be accounted for in either of two modes, as expressing simply what has happened to become usage, and merely on that account is valued and insisted on by us, or as expressing that which, being insisted on by the inner demand of human nature, is exacted from us all and made into our usage. Between these opposite orders of interpretation, we can have no difficulty in deciding if we consider 1. That the customs of a race can never be treated as fortuitous data, out of which, as already there, the most essential characteristics and affections spring, but must themselves be the outward product and manifestation of the inner life, and give the most accurate determination of its form. And 2. That, as if in protest against any identification of morality with mere customariness, the words, which begin together, part company at the sight of customs that are immoral. And as soon as the evil we condemn ceases to be exceptional, as soon as we encounter the shock of an established wickedness, We refuse to give it the name consecrated to the prior usages and condemn it as an offense. Nor is it to our feeling anything less than monstrous to maintain that what we call falsehood or selfishness could, by any multiplication or perpetuity, change its character, and, in becoming usual, become also moral. It is therefore because the sentiments of right and wrong are the characteristics of human nature, that the system of action which they call up receives the name of mores or established ways. Language is the great confectioner of the human heart, and betrays, by its abiding record, many a natural feeling which would escape our artificial inspection, and it is better worth interrogating than the mixed product of our spontaneous life and conventional opinion. And the fundamental fact to which we are referring receives further light from another class of terms, in which we characterize it from within instead of from without, and speak of it as it is felt in itself, rather than as it looks in its effects. As a spectator of men on a theater of character, I speak of their morals. As an agent, uttering the corresponding consciousness secreted at my own center, I speak of my duty. The word, I need not say, expresses that there is something which is due from me, which I owe, which I ought to do. Nor perhaps is it insignificant that the tenses of this verb have lost their distinction, and one alone, and that the past is made to serve for all, as if to show that the obligation escapes the conditions of time, and is less a phenomenon than an essential and eternal reality, which, however manifested at the moment, is not new to it. In any case, the word expresses the sense we have of a debt which others have a right to demand from us, and which we are bound to pay. And here we have another term, still more expressive of the inward feeling characteristic of a moral being. There is, it seems, something that binds. In Latin, obliges us, puts a restraint on the direction of our will, yet not an outward restraint upon its power, but an interior restraint from shame and reverence. The same meaning may be found in all the language of law and ethics, within a binding, without a rule of usage. I am aware that these subjective words denoting obligation might be explained away by the same process of inversion already applied to the notion of customs. It might be said that men, having set up a usage, enforce it upon each separate agent and tie him down to his observance, and that this external necessity put upon him is all that the word duty originally expressed. The question involved in this evasion must be reserved for future treatment. At present, I will only remark that it is a mere hypothetical artifice to explain the individual's sense of inner obligation by the social imposition of an outer constraint, that, to our actual consciousness, the authority of duty seems to be independent of what the world may say of us or do to us, and that it is at least as plausible to maintain that the law we impose on others is the externalization of that which overawes ourselves, and vice versa. The truth is, I apprehend that both factors, the felt inner binding on ourselves and the enacted outer restraint upon our fellows, are parallel and concurrent expressions of the same nature. Neither is before or after the other, and so long as we dispute whether it is the individual constitution that makes the world, or the world that makes the individual constitution, the controversy will spin an endless round. The action and reaction are infinite, and the real question is, how is constituted, and with what inspiration is endowed, that humanity which has its unity and completeness, not in the lonely mind, but only in the individuals of a kind, raised by their whole system of relations into types of the nature which they represent. 1. Its contents developed. Section Sign 1. Objects of moral judgment. With a view to determine the precise significance of this general fact, let us notice, in the first place, what are the objects on which our moral judgment directs itself, and where, on the other hand, its sphere terminates. What is it that we judge? 1. Self-evidently, it is persons exclusively, and not things, that we approve or condemn, the mere given objects of nature, or the fabricated products of art, the rock, the stream, the star, or the house, the ship, the lamp, are perfectly indifferent to the conscious, and though they may become the centers of various feelings, we recognize the absurdity of applying to them epithets distinctly ethical. If ever we seem to invest them with such predicates, it is because for the moment we look beyond their simply physical aspect and regard them as the expression of some mind. If the rock is stern, if the stream is joyous, if the star is mild, it is because the inner heart of nature is felt to speak through them and hold communion with us, and only in proportion as we lift the external world into this personal element can such language appear justified. Once let utter negation be put upon this personal element, and the universe appear before us as without an inner meaning, as a mere play of fatalistic forces, and this phraseology loses all truth, and poetry, to whose very essence it belongs, becomes as much the indulgence of illusion as the child's dialogue with her dolls. That we give these words to things, and then first feel their true nature struck, only proves how ready we are to refer back to all things to a personal being behind them. It is the same, only yet more obviously, when we attach terms of moral judgment to the products of art. To approve a house, to condemn a ship, is to pronounce upon a fitness or unfitness for a given end, and whatever semblance of moral sentiment the words carry is directed on the skill and faithfulness of the human producer or possessor. Even admiration, though not a simply moral feeling, always requires the presence, secret or open, of some living mind on which to fasten, and though often addressing itself to the outer face of things, is really moved by the spirit which they seem to manifest. What else means the memorial parody of Comte on the Hebrew hymn, "The heavens declare the glory of God"? That is to say, that the only glory they declare is that of Newton and Laplace, that is, the heavens themselves, as a physical splendor and infinitude, have nothing glorious to say to us. First, when brought into contact with some mind, have they significance to move us? And if they represent to us no prior and inner mind, whose eternal thoughts they hang aloft, they must wait for the genius of some outward observer and interpreter ere they can mean anything sublime. This ingenuous confession of the great high priest of humanity agrees precisely with the principle laid down in the following striking passage of Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi. Intending thought it is that makes the difference between a true God and fate. It is inseparable from reason, and reason from it. Nay, it is identical with mind, and only to the expression of mind do the feelings answer, which are its witness in ourselves. Of admiration, reverence, love, we may indeed pronounce an object beautiful or perfect without first knowing how it came about, whether with foresight or not. But the power whereby it came about we cannot admire, if its product has been set up without thought and intending forecast, in virtue of mere laws of necessitating nature. Even the glory and majesty of the heavens, which bow down the childlike man in kneeling worship, no longer subdue the scientific soul aware of the mechanism that gives and maintains the motion of these bodies, and even molded them as they are. Whatever wonder he feels is not at the object itself, infinite as it is, but only at the human intellect which, in a Copernicus, Gassendi, Kepler, Newton, Laplace, has been able to plant itself above the object to kill out wonder by knowledge, to empty heaven of its gods, and disenchant the universe. But even this admiration, the only remnant spared to the scientific intelligence, would disappear if some future Hartley, Darwin, Condillac, or Bonnet were to exhibit to us, with any real success, a mechanism of the human mind as comprehensive, reasonable, and luminous as the Newtonian mechanism of the heavens. Art, science however high, virtue of any kind, we can no longer treat with genuine and thoughtful reverence, no longer look up to as sublime, or contemplate with adoring homage. We might still indeed, even then, be sensibly moved, nay, stirred with an emotion amounting to rapture, by the works and deeds of the heroes of mankind, the life of Socrates and Epaminondas, the science of a Plato and Leibniz, the potential and plastic representations of a Homer, Sophocles, and Phidias, just as even the most accomplished pupil of a Newton or Laplace might still possibly be touched and stirred with pleasurable emotion by the sensible aspect of the starry heaven. Only no question must then be asked about the rationale of such emotion, for reflection could not fail to answer, "You are but befooled like a child. When will you learn that wonder is only and always a daughter of ignorance?" Footnote: Jacobi's Vickii, Volume 2, Voreda, page 51 through 55. End of footnote. Of this general principle, we need at present but one of the numerous applications. The approbation or disapprobation which we feel towards human actions is directed upon them as personal phenomena, and if this condition failed, would disappear, though they might still, as natural causes, be instrumental in producing much good or ill. Their moral character goes forward with them out of the person, and is not reflected back upon them from their effects. Benefit and mischief are in themselves wholly characterless, and we neither applaud the gold mine nor blame the destructive storm. 2. It follows that what we judge is always the inner spring of an action, as distinguished from its outward operation, for whatever else may be implied in its being a personal phenomenon, this at least is involved, that it is issued by the mind, and has its dynamic source there, and on that source it is, accordingly, that our verdict is pronounced. This is expressly admitted by Mr. Herbert Spencer, who says, "Every moment we pass instantly from men's perceived actions to the motives implied by them, and so are led to formulate these actions in mental terms rather than in bodily terms. Thoughts and feelings are referred to when we speak of anyone's deeds with praise or blame, not those outer manifestations which reveal the thoughts and feelings. Hence we become oblivious of the truth that conduct, as actually experienced, consists of changes recognized by touch, sight, hearing." Footnote: Data of Ethics, Chapter 5, Section Sign 24, page 64. End of footnote. With not less emphasis does Mr. Leslie Stephen lay down the same rule. The clear enunciation of one principle, he remarks, seems to be a characteristic of all great moral revelations. The recognition amounts almost to a discovery, and would seem to mark the point at which the moral code first becomes distinctly separated from other codes. It may be briefly expressed in the phrase that morality is internal. The moral law, we may say, has to be expressed in the form, "Be this," not in the form, "Do this." The possibility of expressing any rule in this form may be regarded as deciding whether it can or cannot have a distinctly moral character. Footnote: Leslie Stephen's Science of Ethics, Chapter 4, Section Sign 16, page 155. End of footnote. Again he says, "A genuine moral law distinguishes classes of conduct, not according to external circumstances, but according to the motives involved, and, therefore, when the conformity to the law is only external, it is more proper to say that it is not conformity at all." Footnote: Ibidem, Chapter 6, Section Sign 13, page 277. End of footnote. Yet another pregnant sentence. Virtue implies a certain organization of the instincts. Footnote: Ibidem, Section Sign 36, page 302. End of footnote. Assumes, it is evident, the ethics of motive, as distinguished from the ethics of action. From moralists of a far different school, the same witness comes. The Hegelian moralist, Mr. F. H. Bradley, tells us, morality has not to do immediately with the outer results of the will. Acts, so far as they spring from the good will, are good. What issues from a good character must likewise be morally good. And, footnote, F. H. Bradley's Ethical Studies, page 207, 208, end of footnote. With equal distinctness, Professor Green insists that it is not by the outward form that we know what moral action is. We know it, so to speak, on the inner side. We know what it is in relation to us, the agents, what it is as our expression. Only thus indeed do we know it at all. And so, it remains that self-reflection is the only possible method of learning what is the inner man or mind that our action expresses. In other words, what that action really is. Without it, he adds, the customary expressions of more consciousness in use among men, and the institutions in which they have embodied their ideas or ideals of permanent good would be unmeaning and have nothing to tell. Footnote. Prolegomena to Ethics, Book 2, Chapter 1, Section Signs 93, 94, 95, page 97, 98, end of footnote. That these testimonies, flowing in from various sides, meet upon a real truth is evident from a very simple analysis. The word action is a word of complex meaning, taking in the whole process from the first stir of origination in the agent's mind to the last pulsation of visible effect in the world. James Mill is fond of laying out its elements into 3 stages. 1. The sentiments, whence it springs. 2. The muscular movement in which it visibly consists. 3. The consequences in which it issues. Of these, cut off the first, and the other 2 lose all their moral quality. The muscular movement becomes a spasm or sleepwalking. The consequences become natural phenomena, pleasant like fine weather, or terrible like an incursion of wild beasts. But cut off the other 2, and in reserving the first alone, you save the moral quality entire. Though paralysis should bar the passage into outer realization and intercept the consequences at their birth, still the personal record contains a new act, if only the inner mandate has been issued. The moment which completes the mental antecedents touches the character with a clearer purity or fresh stain, nor can any hindrance, by simply stopping execution, wipe out the light or shade. Else would guilt return to innocence by being frustrated, and goodness go for nothing when it strives in vain. This principle carries its own evidence with it, and neither requires nor admits of further proof. 2 remarks only will I make respecting it. 1. It is a characteristic of the Christian ethics, and finds its most solemn expression in the Sermon on the Mount, where the eye of lust and the heart of hate are called to account with the adulterer and the murderer, and reappears, though lifted into a region higher than the ethical, in the doctrine of justification by faith, which, by a simple inward affection of the soul, establishes reconciled relations between the broken performances of man and the infinite holiness of God. 2. It is directly opposed to the maxim that the only value of good affections is for the production of good actions, a maxim which is just a rebuke to idle and barren good affections as compared with the healthy and fruitful, but which becomes monstrously false when it demands not only inward creative energy, but outward opportunity and success, and treats with slight, even an intense fidelity and love, because its field of life is small, and its harvest for the world is scanty. Instead of measuring the worth of goodness by the scale of its external benefits, our rule requires that we attach no moral value to these benefits, except as signs and exponents of the goodness whence they spring, and graduate our approval by the purity of the source, not by the multitude of the result. Here, therefore, we touch upon an essential distinction between the Christian and utilitarian ethics, and confidently claim for the former the verdict of our moral consciousness. End of section 99. Section 100 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org, read by Vickii Lewis Hassan, The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand, James Martineau, 1805 through 1900, Part 2. Section Sign 2, Mode of Moral Judgment. Next, we may attend to the mode of moral judgment and determine how the mind proceeds in estimating its own impulses and volitions. For process of some kind there must be. Every verdict implies preference. Every preference, comparison. Every comparison, things compared, and grounds of resemblance and difference between them. To define these is to explain our mode of judgment. 1. The one great condition which raises the spontaneous into the self-conscious life is this: the simultaneous presence and collision of the forces which check and exclude each other. Without the encounter of bodies, the dream of mere sensation would not waken to perception. Without the answering face of other men, the sense of personal existence would remain dim. And without the appearance in us of two incompatible impulses at once, or the interruption of one by the invasion of another, the moral self-consciousness would sleep. It is not difference only that suffices to produce the effect, for differences might coexist among objects side by side in the space before us, yet would they never disengage themselves into view. Did they not break their stillness and move among themselves? And living impulses might successfully occupy us, yet would they never become objects of our attention? Did each one spend itself in fate ere the next appeared, so that we were picked up by them, one by one, and caught disengaged in every case? From this state we are rescued by perpetual breach of the peace within our nature, and the clamor of impatient propensities disputing for simultaneous admission, or prematurely cutting short the career of the principle in possession. It is only when difference amounts to strife that it completes the passage from spontaneity to self-consciousness. This perhaps is part of the meaning embraced in the celebrated proposition of Heraclitus, that strife is the father of all things, though in his doctrine that nothing could arise without the collision of opposites, the subjective world was less in view than the objective. Be that as it may, the maxim has a just application to the phenomena of our moral life. It is not till two incompatible impulses appear in our consciousness and contest the field that we are made aware of their difference and are driven to judge between them. But the moment this condition is realized, we are sensible of a contrast between them other than that of mere intensity or of qualitative variety, not analogous to the difference between loud and soft, or between red and sour, but requiring quite a separate phraseology for its expression, such as this: that one is higher, worthier than the other, and, in comparison with it, has the clear right to us. This apprehension is no immediate discovery of ours, of which we can give an account, but is immediately inherent in the very experience of the principles themselves, a revelation inseparable from their appearance side by side. By simply entering the stage together and catching the inner eye, they disclose their respective worth and credentials. A child, for example, not above the seductions of the jam closet, finding himself alone in that too trying place, makes hurried inroads upon the sweetmeats within tempting reach, but has scarcely sucked the traces from his fingers before he is ready to sink into the earth with compunction, well knowing that the appetite he has indulged is meaner than the integrity he has violated. A passionate boy will vent his impatience on any inanimate object that obstructs his purpose, splitting his unsuccessful peg-tops or breaking his tangled fishing line, and will accuse himself of no wrong. But let his paroxysm spend itself on a sister, and send her wounded and crying away, and the instant remorse brings home to him how much higher is the affection he has slighted than the resentment he has allowed. The thirsty traveler in the desert would seize, instinctively and without a thought, the drought from the spring he has found at last. But if he have a companion faint and dying of the fever, he knows that his appetite must give precedence to his compassion, and he holds the cup of cold water first to another's lips. In these cases, and they appear to me fair representatives of all our moral experience, the very same impulses which, when sole occupants, would carry us unreflectingly and unreluctantly to their end, instantly appear in their true relative light when their field is disputed by a rival. Nothing more is needed, and nothing less will serve, than their juxtaposition and their incompatibility. There is no analysis or research required. It is a choice of Hercules, only without the reasoning and the rhetoric. The claims are decided by a glance at their face. We cannot follow both, and we cannot doubt the rights and place of either. Their moral valuation intuitively results from the simultaneous appearance. Here, however, complaint may be reasonably made of the inexact, even half-mystical language, in which the relation between the conflicting springs of action has been described. They have been contrasted as higher and lower. These terms are comparatives, and with this peculiarity, that their positives, high and low, do not, like red and hard, introduce us to two heterogeneous predicates, but only to a more or less of the same, so as still to detain us among mere comparatives. High carries us towards one extremity, low towards the other, of someone extended and graduated whole. What then is that whole? How are we to name the underlying quantity or quality on which these degrees are measured off? As they are not physical altitudes, they must stand upon something inherent in our springs of action, which, in its differences, affects us similarly to varieties of elevation. Till this, something is specified. The propositions which assert more or less are propositions about nothing. I admit at once the justice of this demand, and the difficulty of meeting it at this stage, where nevertheless it naturally arises. To ask after the quality of an object is to ask about the way in which it affects us, that is, about a feeling of our own from its presence or idea. The springs of action are here, our object. The question therefore is, in virtue of what kind of feeling in us, excited by all of them, with intensity varied in each, do we apply to them the comparative language in the foregoing description? If I follow impulse A instead of B, my volition will be higher. In what scale? Of pleasure? Not so. Or I should enjoy the stolen sweetmeats without drawback, instead of being ashamed of them. Of beauty? Not so, for I have no such feeling from my pug nose, though I wish it were straight. I can only say that, good as these things may be, it is another sort of good whose degrees affect me here, involving what they do not, a sense of duty, of right and wrong, of moral worth, and a consciousness that I am not at liberty, though perfectly able, to go with the impulse B. The degrees, therefore, I should say, are marked on the scale of dutifulness, of righteousness, of morality, and in treating as ultimate and essential the attribute which these words designate. I support myself on the judgment of Professor Sidgwick, footnote, Mind, number 28, page 580, 581, end of footnote, who regards it as a clear result of reflection that the notions of right and wrong, as peculiar to moral cognitions, are unique and unanalysable. Of several words available for naming this quality, moral worth seems the most eligible, one, as applicable to what presents gradations of value, and two, as exempt from intrusive associations. Duty and right are so habitually used of single problems and concrete cases, where there is one good course and one bad, that they represent prominently the dual antithesis of each separate moral experience, and do not easily lend themselves to the expression of relative intensities of excellence through the whole system of ethical combinations of motive. The word virtue is very tempting, from its covering an indefinite number of gradations, but it has two disadvantages. One, its gradations are only on the upper side of the neutral level, and, to mark the minus values of which we almost always have to speak at the same time, other language must be sought. And two, an association of extra merit, constituting an approach to the heroic, clings to the word and fits it chiefly for special cases where temptation is above the average. Is it thought strange that a unique, unanalyzable quality, whether of an action, as Professor Sidgwick would say, or of a spring of action, as I should prefer, should fail to reveal itself so long as the object was isolated, and should first be discovered when brought up by a double object? Even in our physical life, such experiences are not unknown. That is, of heat, we should have no suspicion, if the temperature were always the same in our own organism and around it. The loss of its equilibrium discloses existence. But, besides this, the moral quality arises, not barely from the interplay between the object and ourselves, but in the relation of two objects to one another, and can no more exist without them than fraternity can belong to a solitary man, or a convex surface present itself without a concave. In truth, the quality which we get to know does not really belong to each object, but is inherent in the pair as a dual object, and not only could not be cognized, but would not exist till they fell into combination. 2. If this be a true account of our elementary self-judgments, it throws great light on the whole method of the moral sentiments. If the first pair of impulses that compete for our will disclose their relative worth by simply assuming that attitude, it is the same with all the rest. Each in turn might be experienced in isolation without giving us a moral idea, but each in turn, entering with a rival, reveals its comparative place and claims, and falls into the line of an appointed order. And when the cycle of original experience has completed itself, when all the natural springs of action have had their mutual play and exhausted the series of moral permutations, there will be resources within us for forming an entire scale of principles, exhibiting gradations of ethical rank. We have only to collect the scattered results of particular combinations and dispose them on the ascending steps of authority, and the flying leaves of the oracle, thus sorted out, fall into the systematic code of divine law. It must no doubt be long before the materials are ready for the integral work. Indeed, it may be fairly regarded rather as an approximation than as a scheme ever finished. For, in the constitution of the individual man, new natural springs of action continue to arise, or greatly to change their character through more than 1/3 of the common term of life, and the maturing of society around the individual also modifies his spiritual demands, producing, with more refined and artificial wants, mixed forms of impulse, complicating the list with interpolations and extensions. Still, the beginning of a scheme of moral estimate may be made by following the clue which we have indicated and seeking with it the true hierarchy of human impulses. But if we once let slip this means of guidance, if we either delude ourselves into the belief that our nature is not a system of powers, but dominated by some single autocratic propensity, or treat its inner springs of action as a democracy in which there is no hierarchy at all, it will be impossible to give any explanation of the moral sentiments or any justification of their verdicts in detail. The whole ground of ethical procedure consists in this, that we are sensible of a graduated scale of excellence among our natural principles, quite distinct from the order of their intensity and irrespective of the range of their external effects. Chapter 4. Nature of Moral Authority. In speaking of the relation among the separate springs of action as they appear in the eye of conscience, I have frequently adverted to the authority which we acknowledge in the higher over the lower. It is important to approach a little nearer to this feeling and find what it contains. Not indeed that it is in itself other than a simple feeling, admitting of little analysis or explanation, but on this very account, the attempt to unfold it and produce its equivalents occasionally results in very inadequate expressions for it, which, if carelessly accepted, may confuse or disguise for us its real nature. The notion of ought or moral obligation, as used in our common ethical judgments, does not, says Professor Sidgwick, merely import 1. That there exists in the mind of the person judging a specific emotion whether complicated or not, by sympathetic representation of similar emotions in other minds, nor, 2, that certain rules of conduct are supported by penalties which will follow on their violation, whether such penalties result from the general liking or aversion felt for the conduct prescribed or forbidden, or from some other source. What then, it may be asked, does it import? What definition can we give of ought, right, and other terms expressing the same fundamental notion? To this, it might be answered that the notion is too elementary to admit of any formal definition. In our practical judgments and reasonings, it must, I conceive, be taken as ultimate and unanalyzable. And though, in the narrowest ethical sense, I cannot conceive that I ought to do anything which at the same time I judge that I cannot do, so that the obligation is individual, yet, normally, I imply that the judgment is objective. That is, that what I judge right, or what ought to be, must, unless I am in error, be thought to be so by all rational beings who judge truly of the matter. Footnote: Methods of Ethics, Book 1, Chapter 3, Section Sign 3, page 33-34, end of footnote. For my part, however, I would even venture a little further than this impersonal conception in dealing with the egoistic explanation of the belief in duty, and would put this simple question, whether an insulated nature can be the seat of authority at all, and whether, by merely splitting the mental constitution into a plurality of principles or faculties, such a relation can be established between its superior and inferior parts. Suppose the case of a one lone man in an atheistic world. Could there really exist any authority of higher over lower within the enclosure of his detached personality? I cannot conceive it, and did he, under such conditions, feel such a thing, he would then, I should say, feel a delusion, and have his consciousness adjusted to the wrong universe. For surely, if the sense of authority means anything, it means the discernment of something higher than we, having claims on ourselves, therefore no mere part of it, hovering over and transcending our personality, though also mingling with our consciousness and manifested through its intimations. If I rightly interpret this sentiment, I cannot therefore stop within my own limits, but am irresistibly carried on to the recognition of another than I, nor does that other remain without further witness. The predicate, higher than I, takes me yet a step beyond, for what I am, a person, higher than whom no thing assuredly, no mere phenomenon, can be, but only another person, greater and higher, and of deeper insight. In the absence of society or human companionship, we are thus still held in the presence of one having moral affinity with us, yet solemn rights over us. By retiring into ourselves, we find that we are transported out of ourselves and placed beneath the light of a diviner countenance. If it be true that over a free and living person, nothing short of a free and living person can have higher authority, then is it certain that a subjective conscience is impossible. The faculty is more than part and parcel of myself. It is the communion of God's life and guiding love, entering and abiding with an apprehensive capacity in myself. Here we encounter an objective authority without quitting our own center of consciousness, an authority which at once sweeps into the widest generality without asking a question of our fellow man. For in excellence and sanctity which he recognizes and reports has its seat in eternal reality, and is not contingent on our accidental apprehension. It holds its quality wherever found, and the revelation of its authority to one mind is valid for all. Each of us is permitted to learn, in the penetralia of his own consciousness, that which at once bears him out of himself and raises him to the station of the Father of Spirits, and thence he is enabled to look down over the realm of dependent minds and apply to them the all-comprehending law which he has reached at the fountainhead. If this pathway is correctly traced from the moral consciousness to religious apprehension, all possible excuse is taken away for treating the authority of conscience as merely personal and subjective. or even as that of reason, impersonally conceived. For that which is real in the universal archetype of all mind cannot be either an abstraction or an accidental phenomenon of human individuality. In startling contradiction to the position here laid down stands the assertion of the late Professor Green that it is the very essence of moral duty to be imposed by a man upon himself. Footnote: Prolegomena to Ethics, Book 4, Chapter 2, Section Sign 324, page 354, end of footnote. And, but for the habit of consulting the context of an author's dicta, it would utterly dishearten me to find so profound and noble a thinker pronouncing essential what I had declared impossible. The Hegelian aptitude, however, for unifying contradictions is not easily baffled, and to my infinite relief, it here comes into play with such success as to melt opposite predictions into identity of truth. A man's own self is not to be understood here as a detached finite individuality. That could be what it is in presence of its mere numerical repetitions. That he has a self at all and knows it is possible simply because the universe has an absolute self, or self-conditioning and self-distinguishing mind. Footnote: Prolegomena to Ethics, Book 2, Chapter 1, Section Sign 85, page 90, end of footnote, which communicates itself to the human being, the infinite to the finite spirit, and constitutes thereby the knowledge of moral law as the expression, under temporal conditions, of an eternal perfection. A man, therefore, is a law unto himself, not by autonomy of the individual, but by self-communication of the infinite spirit to the soul. Footnote: Ebitum, Book 4, Chapter 2, Section Sign 319, page 349, end of footnote. And the law itself, the idea of an absolute should be, footnote, Ebitum, Book 4, Chapter 2, Section Sign 324, page 355, end of footnote, is authoritative with the conscious because it is a deliverance of the eternal perfection to a mind that has to grow, and is imposed, therefore, by the infinite upon the finite. The relation in which this doctrine presents the intuitions of the human conscious and the divine perfection of which they are partial manifestations in life is in essential accordance with that to which I have given more direct theological expression. The difference is only such as much always remain between a doctrine developed from the idea of duty and one founded on the idea of good, and I am not sure that even this is not reduced below its legitimate minimum by a free resort, in the Prolegomena, to the conception and language of obligation, more congenial to the author's personality than to his theory. Footnote: For an important critique by Professor Sidgwick on the doctrine of the foregoing paragraphs, see Mind, number 39, page 434, 435, and for the author's defense, the next number of the same review. End of footnote. The difficulty which many persons feel in accepting the foregoing conclusion arises, I observe, primarily from a scruple about the initial proposition. I will therefore restate it in a form which I have given to it elsewhere. Footnote: Relation between ethics and religion, page 5, end of footnote, and endeavor to clear it of indistinctness and doubt. An absolutely solitary individual, if invested with power of various action and disposition, might affect himself for better or worse by what he did, but would be subject to no obligation and incur no guilt. The harm he occasioned would be a blunder and not a sin. The good which he earned would prove his wisdom, not his virtue. Surely, it is objected, if this Robinson Crusoe in a desert world were to sink into the brute, instead of becoming more of a man, he would be doing wrong, as well as foolishly. Perhaps so, if he be a Robinson Crusoe, because he will bring into his solitude a consciousness of all the springs of action, with their significant differences, which belong to his previous human and divine relations. But this is not the case which I put. The hypothesis supposes the total absence from the universe of any personal nature, or even sentient nature, but his own. Then I say, If his nature is in correspondence with reality beyond it, he will feel no duty, and vice versa. If he has any consciousness of duty, he suffers under illusion. To take the simplest case first, let us assume that the happiness of his, which he may enhance or impair, varies only in quantity, and, though coming from numerous objects, is homogeneous and subject to a common measure. Then, when from two instincts or passions, the offer comes of a protracted mild satisfaction, or an intense, immediate one, with a balance in favor of the former, the folly of taking the latter is obvious, but the guilt of doing so cannot be affirmed with any intelligible meaning. How is he bound to make the other choice? Obligation is a relative term, implying somewhere a corresponding claim of right. That is, it takes two to establish an obligation. To whom then is the alleged obligation upon the agent to take the large amount of pleasure? For here there are not two, except indeed the two springs of action, and these are not two agents, nor are they agent and patient, between whom obligation can subsist. They are but two phenomena, and a phenomenon cannot be subject of duty. You will say, perhaps, it is to himself that the obligation lies to choose the more fruitful lot. By the hypothesis, however, he is the person that bears the obligation, and cannot also be the person whose presence imposes it. It is impossible to be at once the upper and the nether millstone. Personality is unitary, and in occupying one side of a given relation is unable to be also in the other. In order to constitute for him an obligation, as between the two impulses, he must have two selves, one for each. But the very essence of the problem depends on their both appearing in one and the same self-consciousness before one and the same will, a pair of phenomena co-present in an identical subject. To speak, therefore, of the self as dual is only an inexact way of describing two conditions of a single personality, its apperceptions of different feelings. And if you affirm a duty, you again throw us upon the absurdity of a duty-bound phenomenon. Shall we gain anything better if, by a change of phrase, we say that, in experiencing the preferable impulse, the true self is there, in experiencing the other, a false self, and that the latter is bound to yield to the former? To determine what this really means, consider how we are to know the true self from the false. There are two tests conceivable. One, as the individual, divided ex hypothesi against himself, leaves you in doubt. You may go round and consult other samples of the same nature and return with the discovery of its common essence or selfhood. This test, requiring a plurality of members of the same type, is inapplicable to our case of a lonely being. 2. You may consult the long run of the individual and identify him with his more frequent rather than his less frequent state. Here, no doubt, you will find it accord with his nature in the long run to take the more rather than the less of offered pleasure. And so, the true self must be that which exercises this preference. Admitting that a sense may thus be found for this phraseology, I must yet observe that it does not help the required conclusion. For a predominant preference of the greater pleasure over the less is a prudential characteristic, not a moral, and where he misses it, the agent has indeed to regret an error, but not to repent of a sin. The difference, therefore, between the so-called true and false self reaches no further than that between the sound and the mistaken economists of personal satisfactions. Perhaps, however, the missing moral element may turn up. If we now take into account what is claimed as a second dimension of pleasures, that is to say, their quality, as well as their quantity, there may be no obligation to take the larger lot, and yet there may be an obligation to take the higher kind. Waiving for the moment all objection to this second dimension, let us put this proposition to the test employed with the former one. There is an obligation, you say, to take the higher quality of pleasure, in preference to the greater quantity. To whom, then, is this due? Surely, only to himself. There is no one else to be wronged. He, and he alone, is the loser, and the article which he loses is pleasure. And are not his pleasures his own concern? If he takes the cheapest lot, regardless of their being shoddy instead of whole wool, what more can you charge upon him than imprudence or bad taste? By importing a distinction of finer or more vulgar into human satisfactions, you do not step into the region of morals, but only change the field of extra-moral good. If the Italian with his delicate appetite enjoys his simple macaroni, while the Welshman cannot relish his dinner without his leeks, or the Bohemian his without his garlic, the first is of finer perception, but the coarser taste of the others violates no obligation, and, if open to challenge, is so not as a guilt, but only as a mistake, which an extended experience will detect. All that you can say to anyone under such conditions is, you do not make the best of the resources of your nature, and he may answer, perhaps not, but I am the only sufferer by the waste, and am therefore a squanderer only, not an offender. I wrong no one but myself, and am simply a poor economist. Thus, relative quality in that which is purely mine and under my will, as pleasure is, carries in it no authority, but remains still in the optional field. Only where the relative quality speaks to me also as over my will, and the higher term as above, not only the lower term as a phenomenon in myself, but myself in which both appear, does authority make itself felt. That is, in the morally higher quality is explicitly involved the presence of communicated preference from a superior mind. If, therefore, you suppose the lonely man still to be affected by a duty in relation to his several impulses, it is because you assume them to carry in them still the implication contained in your own as framed for the relations of a social and divine world. End of section 100. Section 101 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. James Martineau, 1805 through 1900. Part 3. Chapters 5 through 6. Springs of Action Classified. The foregoing sketch of the essential basis of our moral constitution prepares the way for an actual scale of principles implied in the judgments of conscience. If it be true that each separate verdict of right and wrong pronounces some one impulse to be of higher worth than a competitor, each must come in turn to have its relative value determined in comparison with the rest, and by collecting this series of decisions into a system, we must find ourselves in possession of a table of moral obligation, graduated according to the inner excellence of our several tendencies. The extreme complexity of the combinations renders the task of drawing up such a table precarious and difficult. It is not more so, however, than the enterprise taken in hand by many writers on ethics, that is to say, the production of a code of external duties computed to meet the infinitely varied exigencies of human life. For assuredly, the permutations of outward condition far exceed in number the changes that may be rung on the competitions of inward affections. If the problem, therefore, assumes a discouraging aspect, it is rather from its unusual form than from any unexampled intricacy in its matter, and, though well aware that the following draft can at best be merely tentative, I shall not shrink from proposing it, were it only as a test of the theory which it applies. It is difficult to understand the attitude of the modern English writers on ethics towards the psychological aspect of their subject. They by no means call in question the general principle that moral worth or defect is an affair of character, to be estimated by the inward affection or intention whence action flows. And we have already seen in what unqualified language this principle finds expression in the writings of Professor Sidgwick, Mr. Spencer, and Mr. Stephen. From this principle, that is to say, that a man is moral because and in so far as his instincts are correlated according to a certain type, does it not follow that, in order to give any account of the moralities, you must be able to enumerate the instincts, not only to enumerate them, but to describe the type of their right correlation, and to contrast it with the varieties of wrong correlation? Either this is possible, or ethics are impossible, and this is wholly a task of introspective classification and comparative estimate. Yet no sooner have these writers admitted the necessity of this work than they run away from it as unmanageable and superfluous, and institute a hunt after the differences of morality in the field of external effects of action, instead of among the internal correlations of motive. The apology which is set up for this suicidal procedure will be examined further on. At present, I will no further defend the attempt to keep true to the psychological principle than by saying that it has been more or less followed by the chiefs of both ancient and modern philosophy, and has fallen into neglect only in recent times, and mainly through the influence of writers who have approached the study of morals from either the casuist or the jurist point of view. Wherever the object contemplated is to lay down a correct legislative code, overt acts alone come into definition with merely subordinate reference to the invisible state of mind whence they proceed, and the disposition will always prevail to reduce as far as possible this obscure factor and give the utmost objective distinctness to the law. Plato, however, though writing of the state and carrying his inventive imagination into all its external organization, did not fail to go back into the recesses of the human mind for the springs of private and public life, and the separating lines of right and wrong. I need only recall this threefold distribution of the inward sources of action, epithemia, themos, and naes, and the relative rank assigned to each, both in the celebrated myth of the chariot and in the remarkable enlargement of their group in the Republic by the appearance of the controlling Vickii. To an arrangement almost identical, Aristotle prefixed a general term, ta'aroik tik, impulse, and appended a more detailed analysis running down to particular forms of each quality. There was no one of these impulses that might not have its best state, with faculty, deviation on either side, towards excess and towards defect, and the best state of it was its heroity. For example, sophro-osini, for epithemia, anthro-eia, for themos. This best state did not belong to the impulses by nature, but must be determined or ratified by reason, naes, so that even the most happily constituted child, with no tendencies but towards some variety of good, could not on that account be called virtuous, but, in order to become so, must replace the mere drift of nature by the assenting determination of the self-conscious will. In the production of moral character, Aristotle thus recognizes two factors, instinctive impulse and rational election. Of these, the first applies the power, the second the regulation. The former, by itself, would leave us unmoral animals. The latter, by itself, would make us unmoral intelligences, and, as between these two, random activity and bare thought. It is reasonable to regard the former as the primary starting point, or matter for ethics, and the latter as the organizer of their form. In these Greek modes of laying out our subject, 2 points deserve a special notice. One, that they look for their whole moral world within, among the phenomena of the conscious and self-conscious nature, not among the conditions of external action. And two, that the rational reflection, which in their view first converts instinct into character, they regard as exercised upon each impulse taken by itself, so as to find out and mark its absolutely right degree, not upon the relative worth of two or more impulses pressing their demand together. In the first point, they seem to me to have seized, in the second, to have missed, a prime condition of true ethical theory. The founders of the modern philosophy, no less than the ancient schools, sought the whole material of their moral doctrine in the interior of the human mind, and not till they had set in order the motive forces which lie behind all external action did they step into the field of applied morals and adjust that inward order to the objective conditions and varying limits of possibility which enter into the problems of actual life. Descartes, though giving us no systematized theory of ethics, has gathered and arranged its preliminaries in his treatise on Les Passions de l'Homme, in the relative ascendancy and right gradation of which he evidently conceives human perfection to consist. Malebranche, in his Traité de Morale, not only passes under review the inclinations and the affections as his proper subject matter, but insists on their proportionate perfection, and even makes love for their law of order, the equivalent of all virtue. Spinoza, in carrying out his conception of the Ethica, worked upon the same line, pretty closely following Descartes in his enumeration and grouping of the affections, and especially finding in their due subordination the secret of perfect character. The essential correctness of the leading idea of these philosophies is not affected by any imperfection that may be found in their classification of the springs of action, when, for example, both Descartes and Spinoza give, as their list of primary affections, 1. Wonder, 2. Love, 3. Hate, 4. Desire, 5. Mental pleasure, Letitia, 6. Mental pain, mirror, or tristitia. It is evident that they are mixing together with the genuine concrete type of impulse. For example, wonder, which is the kind of datum we require, mere general qualities gathered by abstraction, that is, love and hate, from a number of concrete impulses. To have an impulse towards anything is to love it, from anything is to hate it. Neither of the words introduces us to any fresh impulse which may be added to the list, but only to a feature invariably predictable of half the set. And since these common qualities are irrespective of the ethical values and run across them, the love of turtle and the love of truth, both coming under the head of Amor, they have no proper place in the moral psychology. We do not want an analysis of the idea of natural instinct so as to exhibit its contents, but a list of such instincts as they are and work, and, in constructing this, we cannot afford to overlook their different types of activity, whether they are mere outbursts of inward feeling or are directed upon objects, the varieties of which may have much to say about their value. Of reference to the catalogue of the affections, which I have formerly given from Descartes and Spinoza, will make it clear that it is a medley of real instincts, with abstractions picked out from them, and with virtues and vices sprung from their operation in their several fields, or from their combinations with each other. Before this initial era, it might have become the basis of a moral doctrine parallel in its development with the growth of physical science. If we seek help in our attempt to classify the springs of action from the 18th century philosophy instead of the 17th, in particular from the school of Hobbes, which hardly assumed importance till the last century, rather than that of Descartes, our hopes are disappointed from an opposite tendency to fallacious simplification, carried to its extreme in the reduction of all impelling forces to self-love. This short and easy formula, applied in naked shamelessness by such writers as Helvetius, could not but provoke resistance by its paradoxical interpretation of human life. In the hands of Hartley and Condillac, however, it was started upon a course of evolution, which enabled it to yield any number of disinterested affections as the blossom and fruit of primal self-gratification. And in this form, it held its ground with those who insisted upon the recognition of unselfish motives, though upon terms which construed them into illusions. But men will not go on forever believing that they are tricked by their nature into groundless goodness, or be content to love whatever is dearer than themselves on false pretenses, and so they now prefer to cut the alleged dependence of the generous affections upon personal self-seeking and give them their own separate route. This is certainly a gain, taking us back a step nearer to nature. Yet, as it is but the reactionary split of a false unity, it leaves us with only a duality, that is to say, egoism and altruism, as comprising the total springs of human character. The simplification, though not carried so far as before, is still altogether artificial, counting not by natural distinctions, but by arbitrarily abstracted resemblance. Many instincts do not become one merely because, when satisfied, they all please the same ego, nor are several heterogeneous affections identified by being directed without exception on something other than oneself. Yet nothing more than this spurious unification is expressed by the words egoism and altruism. The antithesis which they mark exercises, it seems to me, a tyrannical influence on the minds of our recent writers, turning all moral doctrine into either a duel or a negotiation between two opposite tendencies of thought, and forcing the variegated phenomena of character to fling off their native movement and costume and appear on parade in the regimental uniform of this or that philosophic flag. Perhaps the writers of the Scottish school have best avoided the misleading conceptions on which I have commented. Dr. Ray's distribution, indeed, of active impulses into 1. Mechanical, 2. Animal, 3. Rational, cannot well be rescued from Dugald Stewart's criticism. Footnote: Stewart's Works, Hamilton's edition, Volume 6, page 125, end of footnote. But Stewart's own classification is based, I think, upon strictly natural distinctions, though needing to be more explicitly wrought out. Under the 5 heads: 1. Appetites, 2. Desires, 3. Affections, 4. Self-love, 5. Moral faculty, he finds room for all the motive and directing forces of our nature. We have here the rudiments of a philosophical arrangement, because he recognizes on the one hand the difference between animal impulse and open-eyed desire, and on the other, between the dynamical principles enumerated under the first 3 heads and the regulative action of the 2 last, self-love and conscience. These distinctions, however, though verbally mentioned, remain practically unused. They are not permitted to have any effect on the classification which presents a series of 5 springs of action, consecutively enumerated, as if they were all in the same rank in the predicamental line, and there were no reason for disposing them in principal and dependent groups. The differential marks prevailing among them are quite too important, psychologically and morally, to be so slightly treated, and the following distribution, with other deviations, differs from Stewart's chiefly in the attempt to give these discriminating characters their just rights. Primary and secondary, guided by the fact that man is conscious before he is self-conscious and has active tendencies in both stages. I would begin by distinguishing between 2 sets of impelling principles, that is to say, those which urge him, in the way of unreflecting instinct, to appropriate objects or natural expression, and those, on the other hand, which supervene upon self-knowledge and experience, and in which the preconception is present of an end gratifying to some recognized feeling. The former we may call the primary springs of action, the latter the secondary. These names are the more appropriate because serving to mark not only an order of enumeration, but an order of derivation, the secondary feelings being not something entirely new, but the primary over again, metamorphosed by the operation of self-consciousness, and demanding a category to themselves, because their original features and their moral position are greatly changed by the process. Section Sign 13, Table of Springs of Action. It may be useful to collect the results of our survey of the springs of action into a tabular form. The following list presents the series in the ascending order or worth. the chief composite, springs being inserted in their approximate place, subject to the variations of which their composition renders them susceptible. Lowest, 1. Secondary passions, censoriousness, vindictiveness, suspiciousness. 2. Secondary organic propensions, love of ease and sexual pleasure. 3. Primary organic propensions, appetites. 4. Primary animal propension, spontaneous activity, unselective. 5. Love of gain, reflective, derivative from appetite. 6. Secondary affections, sentimental indulgence of sympathetic feelings. 7. Primary passions, antipathy, fear, resentment. 8. Casual energy, love of power or ambition, love of liberty. 9. Secondary sentiments, love of culture. 10. Primary sentiments of wonder and admiration. 11. Primary affections, parental and social, with approximately generosity and gratitude. 12. Primary affection of compassion. 13. Primary sentiment of reverence. Highest. Sign section 14. How far a life must be chosen among these. This scale of relations aims at exhibiting the duty of the moral agent in each crisis of competitive impulse as it is given him, but it does not profess to measure the comparative value of the several springs of action in human life as a whole. To determine this, another factor, besides that of quality, must be taken into account, that is to say, that of frequency. It is quite possible that the superior springs may have rarer opportunities of putting in their claims upon the will and directing their inferiors to retire. And then the nobler scenes which they mingle with the drama will be but brief heroic episodes in a piece of many level acts. And though even humble and unenvied, lives are never without occasions for the play of conscience in its higher strain, yet the temptations, recurring day by day, bring on the battle further down. For example, against the love of ease and pleasure, the resistance is more often set up by the love of gain than by the intellectual impulses of wonder and admiration, and resentment is more commonly subdued, or at least smothered, by the fear of censure, that is, the love of praise, than melted away by generous affection. It will not surprise us, therefore, if in many a life that works in upward way, the part of pro to oni stith is taken by some of the middle terms, and if, in the history of civilization, they seem to fill the page through volumes, while for their superiors a chapter suffices here and there. But though this may be a true account of the facts as they are, is it compatible with the foregoing doctrine of the moral consciousness to leave them so? Ought we to content ourselves with treating the springs of action as our data, with which we have nothing to do but to wait till they are flung upon us by circumstances, and then to follow the best that turns up, however needful it might be for us, as mere children of nature, thus to make what we could of them, as gifts of surprise? Have we not, now that we are aware of their relative ranks, an earlier voice in their disposal, determining whether, and in what amount, this or that among them should come at all? Is all our care to be for the comparative quality of our incentives, and none for their quantity? That is, the proportion of our life and action which they control? If compassion is always of higher obligation than the love of gain or family affection, how can a man ever be justified in quitting his charities for his business or his home? Ought he not, conformably with the rule, to live at the top of the climax and never descend? Or at any rate, is there not some measure wanted, in order to determine how far the lower impulses are admissible without unfaithfulness? These are fair questions, and to meet them we must slightly qualify the hypothesis on which we have proceeded. That is to say, that we are to accept our rival incentives at the hands of circumstance, and consider that our duty begins with their arrival. It is from this point that the portion of our moral experience commences which I wish to illustrate. But if there be at the command of our will not only the selection of the better side of an alternative, but also a predetermination of what kind the alternative shall be. The range of our duty will undoubtedly be extended to the creation of a higher plane of circumstance, in addition to the higher preference within it. No parent is justified in placing his child, no youth in placing himself, in a position or occasion which is sure to abound in low temptations, and to blunt and enfeeble the springs of action that would rally the will against them. And so far is this anxiety to mold the external conditions to the moral wants of life sometimes carried, that a profession reached through a costly training is abandoned, because it is not pure enough and disappoints the best affections, and some work is chosen which, it is supposed, will exercise only the supreme forms of love and reverence. The limits, however, within which the higher moral altitudes can be secured by voluntary command of favoring circumstances are extremely narrow. Go where we may, we carry the most considerable portion of our environment with us in our own constitution, from whose propensions, passions, affections, it is a vain attempt to fly. The attempt to wither them up and suppress them by contradiction has ever been disastrous. They can be counteracted and disarmed, and taught obedience only by preoccupation of mind and heart in other directions. Nothing but the enthusiasm of a new affection can silence the clamors of one already there, and though, by selection of employment, I may certainly keep myself out of contact with this or that type of temptation, for example, from love of gain by joining the brotherhood of communists, and immure myself forever in the service of someone or two affections, for example, of compassion and devotion, by taking the vows of an order of charity. Yet experience shows that the total effect will be disappointing, and that the character will not reach the elevation to which I aspire. The sterility of one part of the nature is no security for the fruitlessness of the rest, and so intimate are its reciprocal relations, that it is impossible to live upon any one order of feelings. No sooner am I left alone with them to do only what they bid, than they begin to desert the very occupation they have prescribed, and turn it into a routine, or at best a skill and tact without inspiration. The true discipline of character lies in the various clashing of the involuntary and the voluntary, and the management of the surprises which it brings. And it is morally a fatal thing to be scared by the former element and try to make it all into self-discipline. If we insist on commanding both the data and the quasita of our problem, we turn the problem into a sham and introduce a dry rot into life. Necessity is the best school of free will, but it must be a real and not a self-imposed necessity, or we shall be victims of a delusion and a snare. It suffices, then, for us to admit to our questioner that a man ought not to become so absorbed in his business or his studies as to leave no scope for the free movement of his higher affections and no time for the duties they enjoin. But this very obligation I would rather rest on the objective claims of the relations, human and divine, which he is in danger of guiltily setting aside, than on the subjective need, in his self-formation, of being less a stranger to the upper stories of his spiritual experience. Let him accept his lot and work its resources with willing conscience, and he will emerge with no half-formed and crippled character. Section Sign 15. Resulting Rule. We are now prepared for an exact definition of right and wrong, which will assume this form. Every action is right, which, in presence of a lower principle, follows a higher. Every action is wrong, which, in presence of a higher principle, follows a lower. Thus, the act attributed to Regulus, and returning back to death at Carthage, was right, because the reverence for veracity, whence it sprung, is a higher principle than any fear or personal affection which might have suggested a different course, and of which we tacitly conceive as competing with the former. And the act of St. Peter in denying Christ was wrong, because the fear to which he yielded was lower than the personal affection and reverence for truth which he disobeyed. The act of the missionaries of mercy, whether of Florence Nightingale to the stricken bodies, or of a Columban, a Boniface, a Livingstone, to the imperiled souls of men is right, because the compassion which inspires it is nobler than any love of ease or of self-culture which would resist it. The act of the manufacturer of adulterated or falsely labeled goods is wrong, because done in compliance with an inferior incentive, the love of gain, against the protest of superiors, good faith, and reverence for truth. This definition appears to me to have the advantage of simply stating what passes in all men's minds when they use the words whose meaning it seeks to unfold. I will not say that, in his judgment on such cases, no one ever thought of his everlasting happiness, or with Bitham consulted the arithmetic of pleasures and pains and struck their balance, or with Butler took the question for solution to the autocratic oracle of conscience for an absolute yea or nay. But, for the most part, these accounts of our reasons seem to me artificially invented, and in very imperfect correspondence with the real history of our minds, particularly the first and third, as ignoring the sense of proportionate worth among right things, and proportionate heinousness in wrong. No constant aim, no one royal faculty, no contemplated preponderance of happy effects can really be found in all good action. More scope for variety is felt to be needed, and this is gained as soon as we quit the casuous attempt to draw an absolute dividing line between good and bad and recognize the relative and preferential conditions of every moral problem. End of section 101. End of The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand.